Assalamualaikum Adnan bhai and everyone.
Hello.
How's everybody doing today? In the rainy weather, I guess.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, but I guess Adnan bhai is not here, is he?
Adnan bhai is not here.
Amin bhai is here maybe. Assalamualaikum Amin bhai. Are you here? I guess not. आप ही सुनाओ यार क्या हाल चाल है?
बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक बढ़िया जी, आप सुनाओ।
बस same old यार, same old. Nothing new to report, you know.
Sound issues.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम सलाम जनाब, क्या हाल है वसीम भाई?
अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन।
वालेकुम सलाम।
अस्सलाम
फैज भाई कैसे हैं?
हेलो एवरीवन।
आप लोग कैसे हैं? आप कैसे हैं?
एवरीवन गुड, और हम अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह करिए ठीक ठाक।
सॉरी जी, मैं पोली यहाँ आउट कर रहा हूँ।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम सर।
एक मिनट।
वालेकुम सलाम जिशान भाई।
अरे क्या हाल है नवीद भाई, क्या सर नहीं है आज?
सर हैं आज, कंप्यूटर रिस्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, वो कुछ साउंड का इशू हो रहा है।
अरे आप तो बॉस हैं, आप सर थोड़ी हैं, आप बॉस हैं।
हाँ भाई सही बात है। और सुना सब खैरियत है?
अरे वसीम भाई मुबारक हो आपको।
खैर मुबारक यार।
वसीम भाई तो छा गए। वसीम भाई ने तो एंड आखिर कर दिया हर चीज का।
क्लाउड्स पढ़ने आए हैं तो छाना तो आएगा यार।
सही बात है, आपकी छत्र छाया में आना पड़ेगा, आपके शैडो में आना पड़ेगा हमें भी।
आ जाओ भाई। सुना बड़ी क्रिकेट खेलते हो तुम?
हाँ उधर खेलते हैं अर्जेंटीना पे। अब तो मौसम खराब हो गया, पहले तो था तो खेल लेते। आपकी भी देखी थी व्हाट्सएप पे पिक्चर क्रिकेट की, वो पीछे से आपने दिखाई हुई थी, कॉलर खड़े हुए थे आपके ख्याल से।
क्रिकेट तो काफी, अभी तो मिल्टन टूर्नामेंट खेला था हमने।
भैया
वसीम भाई वसीम भाई आपकी वॉइस का फीडबैक हो रहा है।
ऐसे फिर इसका रीजन एक सेकंड रुको।
या तो शायद फोन से भी कनेक्ट है या लैपटॉप से भी कनेक्ट है।
तो वसीम भाई अपना इंडोर टूर्नामेंट खेल लेता, अपनी टीम ले, हम भी ले, कहीं पे भी बुक करा लेते, खेल लेते इंडोर।
हम भी खेल रहे हैं इंडोर।
कहाँ पे?
हमारे पास खेलते हैं, अभी भी हमने शुरू किया है, डोम में खेल रहे हैं।
करवा दे, हम भी खेल लेते हैं आपके साथ।
यार असल में देखो कैसे होगा, कोविड के अलाउड का चक्कर है।
एसी उधर तो खुला हुआ ना? मिल्टन तो खुला हुआ है, मिल्टन वगैरह तो
अच्छा।
खुला हुआ है ना,
हम्म।
वो बंद है। पील रीजन और क्या नाम है टोरंटो वगैरह ये सब बंद है, ये वाला तो खुला
हाँ,
है।
हॉल्टन खुला हुआ है मतलब।
हॉल्टन खुला हुआ है। हाँ।
अभी मेरी आवाज सही हुई?
आपकी आवाज इको हो रही है।
अब ठीक है?
नहीं
अभी
अभी
भी
भी
हो
है
रही है
वो।
इको।
फिर कोई और ही इशू है, मेरे लैपटॉप की आवाज तो बंद
It's
है।
a reverb. You're getting the reverb, too much of echo on your mic, so you might wanna go and
नहीं
lower
यार,
the
मैं तो
volume.
डायरेक्ट सेल फोन पे हूँ, माइक का तो चक्कर ही नहीं है।
नहीं नहीं, क्या कहता हूँ वो प्लेबैक आ रहा है ना आपका, तो साउंड में
मैंने बंद कर दिया है, लैपटॉप को तो बंद कर दिया मैंने।
फिर भी आ रही है आपकी, शायद पता नहीं क्या हुआ।
वैसे मैं दोबारा डायल
Maybe you
कर
might
लें।
want to reconnect.
ओके that's fine.
आलमगीर भाई नहीं है यहाँ पे? आलमगीर भाई कहाँ है आजकल, मिलते ही नहीं है भाई। आलमगीर भाई है यहाँ पे? है नहीं लगता है।
सर जी माजरत में जरा ना वो राजेश वालों के साथ भी लगा हुआ था, आपकी मैं बात सुन रहा था। सुनाइए क्या हाल चाल है?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। भट्टी भाई आप सुनाए कैसे हैं?
बस शुक्र है करम है अल्लाह का, आप सुने। ये आशीष भाई की कॉल आ रही है। ये आशीष भाई जी, मैं इधर ही ऑनलाइन।
I just shared something, you guys, so watch it.
Not possible for me. Ashish bhai, this must be for you, not for me.
भाई फर्क पड़ गया, दिमाग ऐसे ही हो जाता है ना फिर।
मेरे ख्याल से आज छुट्टी है नवीद भाई।
रीस्टार्ट करके आ रहे हैं कंप्यूटर को।
नहीं यार।
इतनी जल्दी कहीं निकलने की जरूरत नहीं है भाई, बैठे रहो यहीं पे।
Could you please somebody translate?
Oh, sorry, who my brother? He's like, today we have a holiday, you know?
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about it, man. He ain't going nowhere, you know? You gotta wait to hear it. He's gonna
Yeah,
restart the
Zishan
computer and
only
be right back for you, bro.
Zishan don't want to study. Hey, woman, Zishan don't want to study tonight. He want to go home. He want to take rest.
आ गया सर।
Hello
Assalamu
everyone.
Assalamu
Hello.
alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Sorry about that, guys. The mic had some issue, so I had to restart my machine.
Assalamualaikum sir।
So who's working tonight? Somebody was saying that somebody wants to go somewhere tonight.
Ishan
Sir,
wanted to
Zishan
escape,
was
you know, really quick.
very badly.
Sir, no, I don't want to go anywhere. I booked my exam, so on Saturday I have a paper. That's why.
Oh, very good, mashallah. Congrats, Wasim. Excellent work, man. That's amazing.
Thank you, sir.
So that was your third exam, right?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So was it difficult than the other two?
I think it was the most easiest one than rest of the exams.
Okay. So would you recommend someone that if they haven't started any, they can start with which one? Which one is the easiest one among the three?
I think 742 is easier than the 741 and 740.
Wasim, you have two mics on, I think, because your voice is double.
Is it okay now, sir?
Yes, that's excellent.
Sorry. Yeah.
So
I think, sir, if you
yes.
ask me, all three are same, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
I would, because we have to have all three, modules to be passed. So I would recommend either way they can go and just finish their, exam.
Okay. So in this exam, how many questions were in the dump?
267.
267. Right. 267 questions, and around the same number in other exams too.
257 into 741 and 287 in 740.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Okay. Faz, can you hear me? Because if you can hear me, because I'm not getting any request in the invite. So otherwise, I would have. Because you are asking me to let you in. So maybe you can try reconnecting from the other computer. So you are connected here though. right? Okay, so everyone, let's start from yesterday, day before yesterday, when we started understanding VCP. VCP is VMware Certified Professional, VMware Virtualization. It's a very, very important subject. It's a very important technology. Most of the companies are, nowadays, the main job requirement is the cloud administration, but the cloud is actually all based on this virtualization. And among virtualization, VMware is at the top of the list. So understanding and having a very good experience in VMware definitely helps. So in the last lecture, we learned about there are three different three different companies that provide different type of virtualization, and the different type of virtualization is server virtualization, application virtualization, desktop virtualization. In servers virtualization, it's three companies that provide that: Microsoft, VMware, and Citrix. And Microsoft product is Hyper-V and SCVMM, whereas VMware has two products: VMware Workstation for testing, training purposes, whereas vSphere is the name of the servers virtualization enterprise level virtualization technology. So VMware is the one, VMware vSphere. So in VMware vSphere, there are two main. There are many components that we need to learn, but there are two main components on which the complete technology is installed: ESXi and vCenter. Okay, so VMware, so three companies and few different type of virtualization. So the virtualization that we are learning is servers virtualization. So this complete training is about servers virtualization. There is no application virtualization or desktop virtualization. So this is servers virtualization. And what is servers virtualization? It's nothing but these VMs. So these VMs that are working here, that the VMs that we work in VMware Workstation, this is exactly like these VMs. But what do we need to learn? Let's say if we already know what VM is and how do you create a VM and how do you work with a VM, you can shut down a VM, you can edit a VM, you can increase RAM, you can decrease RAM, and all that. So what is there to learn? Guys, the thing here to learn is high availability. How can you, this is like a huge big cruise ship. On a huge big cruise ship, there is a VMware ESXi or servers virtualization, where your complete company is hosted on, where you have hundreds and thousands of servers hosted on these ESXi servers. So this complete the technology, the training we need to get, the expertise we need to get out of this training is how to make sure that cruise ship with thousands of servers keeps on going 24/7, 365 days a year. So that's the main thing in this training. And in order to do that, let's say this is my host machine is my laptop at the moment. So my laptop is my host machine, and your laptop is your host machine, which means that your host machine has all these VMs on this side. So at the moment, let's say I have VMs for John Brown, George Brown College, Humber College, and then there is SCCM lab, there is Exchange lab, there is University of Toronto, there is Citrix lab, and these are all different servers. I mean, for me, these are for training purposes. For me, these are the for training purposes. If my laptop goes down, it's fine. I mean, I can make these labs again. But guys, think of the companies that are making huge revenues on these servers, like eBay.com, Amazon.com, MSN.com, YouTube.com. So all these companies, basically, these applications are hosted on servers. So the technology we need to learn here, the technology, guys, put yourself on mute because there is some background noise coming from the mic. So guys, these servers are very, very important. These servers are very, very important servers. So this is what we need to learn: how to make this complete applications available 24/7. Okay. So in doing that, in the last lecture, what we did, guys, we created ESXi host. So this is what we did, and I'm gonna quickly create this. This is day 3, and on day 3, we are starting with understanding. We reviewed day 2. And today we are understanding what servers are. So the servers that we will be working on in our environment. So the server that we are working on is, at the moment, our infrastructure is. So at the moment, our class infrastructure is one Windows server and 2 ESXi hosts. So the way it is written, it's capital first 3 letters, and I is a small letter, so wherever you can find. So 2 ESXi host and 1 Windows server. So Windows server is only used at the moment to basically connect to ESXi environment. Connect to ESXi. So in here, how do we connect? We connect from Internet Explorer. So all we need to do is go to IE and connect to the Internet Explorer, whereas the 2 ESXi hosts are connected, 2 ESXi hosts are installed with ESXi operating system. So ESXi is a host. And why do we call this host? Why do we call this server a host, Naveed? If you can reply.
Because it is hosting other machines.
Yes, because it is hosting a lot of other servers. Very good. So because it is hosting a lot of other servers, so that's why it is called a host. And Alamgir, what is a hypervisor? Alamgir, are you listening? Okay, Alamgir is not listening. Hello, Alamgir, are you here? Or are you logged in and not here? Okay, so Naveed. So
Yes, sir.
yes, what is hypervisor?
Hypervisor is like you can say a server where the virtualization is enabled, or in other words, it basically is a hardware layer, and it is a machine where we can create virtual machines.
Excellent, excellent. And how do you remember this, Naveed, all from the last lecture?
Yes, sir. I went through the notes, sir.
You reviewed the notes during the week.
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So guys, this is very, very important. Thank you, Naveed, because without reviewing the notes, without reviewing everything that we have learned, guys, it will be a bit difficult for you to talk about this in the interview. So for that reason, please review your notes every week. Okay, so guys, what we are going to do now is, first of all, I'm going to quickly create one more server just for the sake of practice. We need just 2 servers to start with. So so at the moment, what we are going to do, just to for now, we'll be working with 2 servers, and let's make a third ESXi host. So you can build a third server with me. If you have 3 or 4 servers on, guys, just shut down all the other servers, just leave one Windows server and one ESXi host, and create one more ESXi host. So in order to create one more ESXi host, let's create them everyone together, and let me know once you have created one more server. So yes, Ashar, you can ask a quick question. So here, all I need to do is provide the ISO. And once the ISO is provided, I'm going to name this right from here. So Naveed is saying that I have 3 ESXi machine. It's fine, Naveed. You can just for the sake of practice, shut down 2 of them, 2 of the machines, leave one ESXi on and one Windows on, and create one more. So I'm going to call this pass ESXi02 and leaving everything as is. So guys, everyone create one more ESXi host and let me know. So I should ask the question when Naveed said that it is to do with the hardware layer, then it refers to type 1 and type 2 virtualization difference, right? Yes, so type 1 hypervisor is basically a hypervisor that directly works on the hardware, whereas type 2 hypervisor is a hypervisor that requires Windows and then you install it. So ESXi is a type 1 hypervisor. Yes, so it's a hardware layer inside. So by hardware layer, we mean that there is this operating system, and on this operating system, there is this virtual layer on which we are creating these all VMs. So that's the hardware layer. Excellent. So good remembering, Asher. Um, so I'm creating this. I am creating this ESXi host, everyone. Please quickly create one ESXi host. And okay.
Number,
Yes,
could
go
you
ahead.
could you please, if we later than we create and just listen to the class, or you prefer we create right now?
You know, it takes 10 minutes just to create one. It takes 10 minutes to create one. It's better to create now because, you know, the more and more experience you get, it gives you more and more confidence. So it doesn't take more than 10 minutes. So initiate. So is there a problem for you to create a VM at the moment, or you just want to take notes?
No, I just do the note and I listen to the course. I say maybe after the class I gonna create and I gonna do something. Just I don't know what's your suggestion because I follow what you consider.
Yes, I think it's better to do create one machine. It's better to create one machine right now, so that I can. So after this, we are going to start configuring ESXi host. So you are going to need the lab for that purpose as well. Okay, so just take 5 minutes and just initiate the ESXi host, please. So on this screen, we all know that all we need to do is press enter on this screen. And here we need to accept the agreement. And and on this screen, we just need to press enter, need to provide the password. Okay, so it's saying it's not enough. The password has to be complex.
At number 647, we have to install or 7? 6.7 for VMware?
Yes, 6.7. Yes.
Anyway, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
When we enter the IPv4 address, so right below that is DNS configuration. So is it important to restart the machine before entering DNS, or we can enter that right away?
So in which when you're configuring the name of the server?
That is correct. When we are configuring the IP in ESXi.
Right.
So right below is DNS, right after that IPv4. Is it important to restart before entering DNS, or we can do it right away?
No, you can do it right away, and then you can press escape, and then if sometime it doesn't even ask to restart. So if it's not asking for restart, it's fine.
Okay, got it. And second question, sometimes the screen is in black and sometimes the screens come half yellow from the bottom and half black at the top. So
Yeah, that's fine, because there is a timeout to, so if there is no activity, it turns to black, and as soon as you click, it turns active again. So it's just active or non-active.
so is there a kind of setting in like a virtual machine, like we disable the sleep mode? Do we have?
Yes. There is a setting, but not in this, not in
Oh,
DCUI, not in the screen where we set up the password. It is from the console.
okay, got it.
Okay, so as guys, you can see that this took less than 10 minutes and our ESXi is ready. So ESXi is starting up, and all I did was create a new VM and then set up provide the CD, and then it starts working. Okay, so this server is rebooting. Right after rebooting, guys, we need to set up the IP address. And how do we get to the IP address? We need to press F2, and then we can set up the IP address. So for this one, we will provide IP address of, we will provide an IP address of 70.
Is the class started?
Yes, class started long time back, Alamgir.
Sorry, sir. I think there was some problem.
Where were
So
you? I
sorry,
asked, I called your name few times.
I was not here. Sorry.
Okay.
So what are you doing, sir?
So what are we doing, Alamgir? We just created a new ESXi host, okay?
Okay.
Guys, every day we will be doing a quick warm-up exercise every day to install something, to configure something so that we can stay on the practical side of this training. So Alamgir, if you have 2 or 3 ESXi hosts, all you need to do, just shut down all the machines, leaving one Windows server, one ESXi server, and create a new ESXi host quickly.
Okay, sir. So Windows Server, Windows 10 is okay, sir?
Windows 10 is fine as well at the moment, but we are going to need a Windows server because today we will be installing Active Directory with vCenter. So for that, for vCenter, we do need Active Directory.
Okay, sir.
Adnan bhai, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
You know, for the installation, they asked me remove the installation media before rebooting or reboot the server to start using SCSI 6.7. I have 3 options.
Okay, hold on. Can you repeat your question? So once you start with the installation?
Yeah, they say installation completed, but I have the yellow line. Remove the installation media before rebooting. Reboot the server to start.
Yeah, you just have to hit yes on that. That's just a generic thing. So just hit
just
enter on it.
restart.
Yeah. Man, by quick question. So we need 2 servers or
we need 2 ESXi hosts, yes.
Yeah, 2 ESXi is fine, but like, do we need 2 Windows 2016 or just one?
Just one. So
Okay,
one server and 2 ESXi hosts.
Perfect.
And I'm setting up the password. So, sorry, I'm setting up the IP addresses now. So once you set up the IP address, all you need to do is press F2 and then go to configure networking And quickly, this can be accomplished. I can go to change static IP address, and right here, I can just provide. So the IP address that I'm working with, 192.168.70. So this one will be 70. There is no gateway for this, and enter. Secondly, I need to disable IPv6. I don't need IPv6 here, so disable IPv6. Third, in the DNS, I leave DNS as 192.168.10.10, and the host name I need to set up as pass ESXi02. So all set on my side, and I'm gonna just press escape and restart. So this will restart the host, and once the host is restarted, all I need to do is go to the Windows server and connect to the host.
Sir, this IP is 192.168.10.21, right?
It's 70. So use 70 IP address.
Okay, 7. And subnet mask 25.255.255.255.255.0.
255.255.255.0. That's it. Gateway
And
0.
sir, can we put 0.0.0 or only blank?
No, you should put 0.0.0.0.
40, right? Sir?
Right.
And 70 is the
So,
IP,
sir,
right?
I'm using the same host name which I used day before yesterday for Windows Server 2016 and DC01.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. As long as you know your architecture, it's fine by me.
Yes, exactly.
So server is starting up. When the server starts up, everyone, we just keep an eye on, keep a lookout on this screen, the main screen. The main screen will show you the right configuration. If there is anything wrong, if you're able to see IPv6 here, you need to disable it. And you need to see the right name, you need to see the right IP address. And this is what's happening on the new server that I just prepared. So once your server is ready, just type done. Ashish server is ready and Naveed's server is ready. So Naveed and Ashish, please connect to the server from Windows machine and share a screenshot in the WhatsApp group. So connect to both of the servers. Connect to both of the servers from two different browsers. So I can confirm that on my screen, I can see the name is proper and the IP address is proper. All I need to do is connect to these machines from Internet Explorer from the server, from the Windows server. So all I need to do is so one server is 60, the other server is 70. I can confirm it is 60, the other server is 70, and the address that I'm connecting to HTTP is this one.
I have to toggle between my Zoom and my VMware. So
You have a problem between what?
I have to toggle. Yani, first I have to see you are doing, and then I have to go on my VMware because from my old PC when I was trying to log in, it says the host has removed you from.
Okay. Yes, Faz. Faz, that happens. I replied to your message. That happens. So first of all, when somebody connects, I can see the request right here. If you're looking at the screen, there should be a request here that I can admit. Okay. So I haven't received the request. Maybe you might be using an old invite or something, or maybe it's not going through, and when the request is not acknowledged, then automatically a message comes to the user saying that you were kicked out or something like that. So I haven't,
Okay.
yeah, I haven't received your message. Try again, please.
What I mean is like I will be slow because I have to see what you are doing, and then I have to go back on my VMware machines.
Okay, no, that I understand. So try again on the same machine. Maybe restart that machine and try to connect again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so I am now connecting to ESXi host from both to both ESXi hosts from the Windows server.
So I have a question.
Please go ahead.
From that ESXi setup, how can you change the name of the machine? Can you or can you not?
From the ESXi setup.
Yes.
So meaning that when you are installing the ESXi host or when the ESXi host is installed?
Yeah, once it is installed, can you change the name from the setup after pressing F2?
Yeah. So you can go to DNS settings, and where it says the host name, you can change it from there.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Sir,
So yes.
I have, sir, when we are updating our IP address, so after putting detail, enter, when we put enter, so it will update it, because when I put enter, so it is not updating the IP address.
Okay, so you're on the IP address screen, right?
Yeah.
And you are, so first of all, you need to change to static IP address. So first of all, let's say if you're looking at the screen, I'm going to go to that's.
Yeah.
So on this screen, which is not yet here. So on this configure screen, you come here, you go to IPv4. First of all,
Yes,
you
sir.
need to be on this line, third line, and then
Yes, sir,
press
static.
and then press. So this circle should be in that. Okay.
Right, sir.
And after that, you need to be in the second line, and you can just change the IP address. And
Yes, sir.
after that,
Right.
press enter.
Yeah.
So you're on this screen.
Yes, sir. And for the IPv6, we have to put this disable, right, sir?
For IPv6 should be disabled, yes.
Yeah. And for DNS, sir, when I'm going to DNS to change enter, can you come, sir, DNS to change the name, sir?
Yes. So on DNS, all you need to do change this to the host name. This one, this needs to be changed.
Yeah.
Okay, but before that, you need to use this line, use the following DNS address.
Okay. So primary DNS, okay, we have to change this one also, right, sir?
Exactly.
100.10, right, okay. And sir, how we restart from the settings, sir?
How do we restart? Restart is just escape when you escape on the screen. So when I escape on the screen, let's say on this main screen, again, click escape. If
Okay.
it needs a restart, then it will restart. If it doesn't need a restart, it won't ask you. Okay. But if you do need to restart, you can scroll down, look at my mouse here, and just scroll down here. It says F12 to
F12.
restart. So you need to press F12 if you want to restart. Otherwise, if it's not asking for restart and the right information is shown here, it's all good.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Naveed, you shared a screenshot, and Wasim shared a screenshot, Ashish shared a screenshot, and Faz shared a screenshot. Excellent, everyone. Very good. So, Human, what is your status? Where are you in creating these? Are you connected to the server?
Yes, I'm done too.
So you are connected to the ESXi host from the server?
Yes.
Okay, you are. And Salim, what is your status?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, Salim. How are you?
Not too bad, sir. How are you? Good.
Very good.
So I'm just entering like the IP address.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. The problem is my WhatsApp is not working. My phone is broken yesterday. So
Oh, wow. It's okay. Sure.
yeah.
Okay. No problem. You don't need to share a screenshot, but just let me know the
Yeah,
status.
sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So guys, here, since everyone is doing it in 2 or 3 minutes, everyone will be here. Now we need to become an expert of this console first before we can start moving on. Guys, this console is a very, very important console. Now, how do you become an IT expert? I mean, what is the thing that makes you an IT expert? It's the expert of tools. The tools that you have written in your resume, you need to be an expert of those tools. So if you're saying that I'm an expert of ESXi host, then ESXi host is this. This complete interface is ESXi host. And on this ESXi host, you need to understand each and everything here. If not each and everything, at least 70-80% of this all you need to understand. And here, there is nothing new in here. It's just the interface is different. Most of the things you already know from the servers, that in the server there is a CPU, in the server there is a memory, in the server there is storage. So all servers, Windows machines, Linux machines, Unix machines, all types of computers, they have all these three things. They all have CPU, they all have memory, they all have storage. So in ESXi host, CPU is known as CPU. So when you connect to ESXi host, here it shows you what is the maximum CPU connected to this. If you need more CPU on this, you can do that in this virtual environment. So let's say for some reason this CPU is reaching out to 70% or 90%. Right here, it gives you that indication, ESXi host is slow. So guys, as your day-to-day responsibility, as part of your day-to-day responsibility as being a VMware admin, you need to have a look at this screen every day, kind of look at the screen every day. So in large companies, you will be dealing with anywhere from 500 to 800 hosts. 500 to 800 hosts, and on those 500 to 800 hosts, there will be around maybe 5,000 servers. So 5,000 servers, you're working with that environment, and on this host, and you need to understand that this is one host that I'm connected to. This host is known as PAS ESXi01, and this host. So this is the host, and this is where I am connecting from. So on the ESXi host, we can do just some very basic settings, and rest of all of the management is done from this console. So first of all, we need to understand that in ESXi, there are two types of management we can do. So two types of management clients. Number one is known as DUCI. DUCI. DUCI stands for Direct User Interface. Oh, sorry, DCUI. Direct Console User Interface. direct console user interface. Now that interface, so that interface, everyone always remember whenever somebody says, check out the DCUI. DCUI refers to this interface. So this interface refers to as DCUI. It is direct console user interface. So this interface is known as, so I'm going to copy this. Next time when somebody asks you, have you ever worked on DCUI? DCUI is this interface. So on DCUI, basically what can you do on DCUI? We can do the following. We can configure IP address. We can reset root password. So we can configure IP address, we can configure root password, and we can do setup. We can set up DNS settings, and within DNS settings, we can rename. We can rename ESXi host. So these are the things we can do. We can also disable. We can also enable IPv4. We can also enable SSH login. So what is SSH? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to ask you.
Okay. What is SSH, guys? SSH stands for Secure Socket SSH. Secure Socket Host, I guess. Let me quickly check that out. So Secure Socket Shell, I guess. So I'm just gonna quickly make sure. So SSH is right here, Secure Socket Shell. See, it's called a secure shell. And so basically, it's just a secure shell. Now, in understanding what is SSH, it is a secure shell. Basically, this is where you can manage ESXi host through command line.
So can you increase the size of the screen of your Word?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Manage. So secure socket shell, guys. Secure socket shell, most of the time in many application, you will find SSH login. And SSH login, if you're looking at the screen, everyone, SSH login is nothing but what we do in command prompt. So on the command prompt, we do on this command prompt, we run many commands, right? So in Windows, we have command prompts, and in Linux, exactly like this command prompt in Linux servers, it has SSH. So SSH is nothing but where you can connect to the server and run commands. Now, why would you need to use SSH? So SSH is a command line tool. It is a secure tool, just like the name says. It is secure shell, and it is secure. It's a command line tool. So here I'm going to say it's a command line tool where you can run commands directly on ESXi host. So what does that mean? So how many ways we can connect to the manage ESXi host, guys? One way is DCUI, which is this access direct console user interface, which is this one, which we already know. Have we worked on DCUI so far? Anyone? Everyone? So my question is, have we ever worked on DCUI in ESXi?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we did. And how do we know? Because we have worked on this console. So yes, this is called DCUI. Second way of connecting to ESXi host is through SSH, which is this one. And the third way of connecting through ESXi to ESXi is the management console. Which is the way we can connect right from here. So this is a third way of doing it. I mean, it is just about managing ESXi host. What do you need to manage ESXi host? Because you do need to, let's say you if you need to shut down this server, you can shut it down right from here. You can reboot the server right from here. You can refresh it. You can make a lot of changes from here. This is called management of ESXi host. So the easiest way of managing ESXi host is through this management console. This is called UI. Right here, you see the word UI. UI means it's a user interface. So this is why DCUI is direct console user interface. This is just called UI. They called it, before it used to be called web client, before it used to be called, I mean, web client for Windows. But now this is only a UI, and it is HTML5 based client. So now how many ways we can connect to this ESXi host? Let me quickly go here. I am I'm trying to open the whiteboard. Just a second here.
Nalbhai, what was the third way called to access it? The yellow screen. Sorry.
Can you repeat your question, please?
What is it called? Like SSH, UI, and what was the third one
And
called?
DCUI,
DCUI.
direct console and user interface.
Thank you.
So we have server 1 and server 2 and server 3. So this one is Windows Server. So this one is our this is Windows Server. This is ESXi 1, and this is ESXi as well. So this one is 1 and this is 2. In order to connect to these ESXi hosts, we use 3 ways to connect to them. So connecting management. So one way management of ESXi. Number one is DCUI, which is direct console user interface. Second one is the management console. And the third one is SSH. SSH is a command line utility from which now SSH will provide us with a command prompt type of prompt on which we can run different commands. So on which we can run commands to connect to SSH. Now, most of the time you will be working either with DCUI or management console. The management console will be your main space where you are managing it. Then why do we need to connect to SSH? SSH, we will connect to SSH only for emergency purposes. Let's say anything goes wrong in ESXi host and you're not able to connect to management console, and you don't have a physical access. In order to connect to DCUI, you need to be on the system. You need to be there. I mean, you can understand that in real environment, these are physical servers. So this one is a physical server, and it will be somewhere in some data center. So it is not close to you. So in order to work on this console, here we can see that here we are working with virtual server. So I can see that this is so this is the interface that if you're physically available in the data center in front of the server. This is why this is known as direct console. Direct console means that you drive to the data center, and then you're in the data center, you're standing in front of the physical server, then only you can access this console. Otherwise, there are few other ways that you can connect to from the hardware, from the server hardware utilities. But most of the time, this console you can only access when you're there physically available. So and then so which means that this DCUI is when you're there in the data center, you're accessing the server, and in there you cannot do much. I mean, you cannot create machine VMs inside using the DCUI. You can only do only few of the things, like set up the IP address or restart the server. Maybe the server is hung, you just plug the power off and then plug it back in, then you can restart. So DCUI is most of the time available on the physical data center. So then most of the time your time will be spent with the management console, and management console is referred to this console. So this is the management console that we need to become an expert of. The third type of access where you can connect the third type of access where you can connect is known as SSH. So SSH is a secure shell. At this point, at this moment, just remember SSH is exactly like this. So later on in this training, I will show you how to connect to SSH. We need to use a PuTTY. There is a client called PuTTY. PuTTY client, I know this is maybe a unusual name, and maybe most of you might have heard this for the first time, but the people who are working in Linux, they use PuTTY client a lot in order to connect to Linux servers. So at the moment, we are not connecting to SSH. So at the moment, I want you to remember that there are three ways to connect to ESXi host. One is DCUI, second one is management console, and the third one is SSH client. So let's now log into the management console. Now, within the management console, I want you to remember that in the management console, there are few things that we need to see here. So I'm gonna move it on this side. So on ESXi host, first thing is I mean, what is the resemblance between a Windows server and a ESXi host? So guys, the very first thing on hardware level, it's a physical. I mean, it's a server. So server has CPU. Server also has a disk. Server has RAM. And we need to be clear that these are the things that are available on all of the servers. So you can increase the server, you can decrease the server. About CPU, we all know that CPUs are made up of cores of CPU. So there is a CPU, there are in the market, there are i5, i3, i5, i7. Right in the beginning of the training, we said that i7 is the fastest one CPU. So here I'm going to say i3, i5, i7. So in servers, you will find only i7. These two are used in client servers. I mean, in the laptops, you can find i5 and i3. Whereas in servers, all servers start from i7 and they go up. So CPU is there, and CPU and i7, right from the beginning, we said that i7 is basically a quad core CPU, which means that it is physically one chip, but there are 4 CPUs inside. So this is, I mean, physically it is one CPU, but it has 4 CPUs inside. And just like that, there are Xeon CPUs. There are the other type of CPUs that is used. So ESXi has CPU, it has a disk, it has RAM as well, that we can see directly on the console. So let's see that. So if you're connected to this UI, in this UI, first of all, I mean, in order to better view, I mean, your ESXi host will be, I mean, your VMware will be looking something like this. I would say make a bigger screen. How do you make a bigger screen? So if you are following the mouse, just click on this icon so that this is gone. You can click on this icon, or you can just close it from here so that you can get a bigger screen for your ESXi, number one. Number two is that you shouldn't have this black spaces right here. So in order to remove these black spaces, what I would say, you can just double click here, double click, I mean, make it smaller or make it bigger, VMware workstation. This will give you a bigger screen. So once you see a bigger screen, you can click on this navigator. On the navigator, it will be expanded. We need to see all this, and we need to see all that as well. So this is why I'm saying you need a bigger space here, bigger screen, so that you can look at the big picture here. Instead of currently, it might be looking something like this, which is smaller screen, and even this one might be like this. So I mean, it is minimized. In the minimized, we won't be able to understand all the services. So for that reason, I want you to close the library in VMware and also click on navigation so that you can see everything here. So first of all, in the host, it is showing you the main ESXi host settings. So number one, it's showing you the version of ESXi host, which is 6.7. It is not connected to vCenter, and we will be connecting it to the vCenter later on. We'll go into more depth what is a vCenter. But right here from the start, if you don't have a vCenter, you can, so ESXi, VMware is the company, and ESXi is their product. So VMware has provided, just like Windows Microsoft is a company, and Windows Server is their product. So here, this is VMware is a big company, and here ESXi is a product. Right here, it shows you who's logged in. So at the moment, root user is logged in, and here you can get the help as well. Where you can get the help, you can see, you can go here about, which is, it gives you some information about the server, which is, it's an ESXi host. This is a version and the client build and everything. So and secondly, here in help, you can go to help as well if you need to, get more help on this one. So for that, you need to have internet available on this. So at the moment, we don't have internet, so that's fine. We don't need that at the moment, but help documentation is available. Secondly, you can also update your server. Then you can go to vmware.com. There are some tools and links here here from where you can connect to, where you can connect to. So at the moment, we'll just leave them as is. But here, this is an important thing, which is a search. So in the search, you can search for anything. So for example, I'm searching for data store. So if I type the word data store, it will search inside this ESXi host, and it will show me if there is anything with the name data store. So at the moment, it is searching data store. Okay, and it's just a bit slow. So yes, so it gave me two options. There are two things with the name data store in this ESXi host. And guys, data store is the name of the disk. So in ESXi host, disk is known as a data store. So when I go to a data store, basically it will take me to the disk of this ESXi host, which is right here. So I'll just go in here and connect to this disk. So this is the disk. So data store is just known as a disk. So in Windows Server it is known as C drive or D drive, whereas in ESXi host it is known as data store. So from now on we do need to remember this new terminology for a disk in ESXi host. If I say, go and add 2 more disks to this ESXi host. So you need to go add 2 more disks to the ESXi host, and then you need to come here in data stores and see if the disk is added. So what we are about to do, everyone, let's add a disk inside this data store, and then we'll go back to our exploring this server. So let's look at the diagram. In the diagram, what we need to do, the disk is known as a data store. First of all, let's write here, disk in ESXi host is called a data store. So for now, all of these ESXi hosts, they have only one disk available. So there is disk number 1 available. What we need to do on ESXi 1, we need to add 1 more disk, which is 40 GB or 100 GB in size. So let's add a 100 GB disk to this. Now, before adding the disk, let's first understand how do we add the disk. Guys, do you remember how to add a disk in Windows? All you need to do in Windows VM, you go to properties of this VM and add a disk, and then you go inside the server, then you go inside the file and storage services, then you need to make the disk online and then format, and then the disk is usable on Windows Server. But in ESXi host, it's almost the same procedure. All you need to do is go to the properties of this ESXi host and add a new disk. So we will add a new disk of 100 GB. Once that is added, then we will come back inside ESXi host within the console. And within the console, we will go to storage. And within the storage, I need to go and add a data store. Okay. So these are the 2 steps that we do in order to add a disk to ESXi host. So let's do this. First of all, I need to add a disk in this. So which means that I'm not adding a disk in server. So if you would have had to add a disk in server, remember that I am managing ESXi host from Windows Server. This console, and also remember that you're sitting on Windows Server. So we are not adding a disk on Windows Server. I mean, sometimes students confuse that they go ahead and they go and add a disk on Windows Server. So if you go to the setting of Windows Server, this will add a disk here, not on the ESXi host. So you need to be 100% clear where you're adding a disk. I'm adding a disk on ESXi host. So for that reason, I will right click and go to settings here. So once we are in the setting, everyone, so at the moment I can see there is a disk for 40 GB. I need to add another disk, and that disk will be add. And in here, all I need to do is select the disk, and the disk that I'm about to add is SCSI. I'm going to leave everything as is. And just here, I want to give for 100 GB. So 100 GB for this disk, and the name will be as is and finish.
So can you, if you don't mind, sir, can you repeat this again, because I was in my VMware.
Yes. So how do you add a disk, Faz? All you need to do, right click on ESXi host, go to properties. And once you're here, you just need to go add a disk. So click add and then add the disk. Let's see if you can do it. If not, then you can share your screen and I can help you do it. Okay. So guys, the disk is added and it's 100 GB. So once the disk is added, guys, type in the chat window that disk is added, or just say the word added. So done, or just say, no, just say added, because then I can remember that how many of you were able to do it. Disk is added. So Naveed said added. What about others, guys? Quick, guys. We need a quick interaction here. So So excellent. So the disk is added. Now our work here, we don't need to do anything on this. So Ashar is asking, can we review what SCSI means really quick? Yes. SCSI simply means SCSI means it's a type of a disk. So when you go to a disk is SATA drive, SSD drive, and one of the type of disk is known as SCSI drives. And SCSI drives are mostly used for large storage. And in here, VMware also provided that type of storage. Later on in this training, we will learn more about iSCSI. So for now, just remember, it's just type of a disk. Okay. So guys, here we have added.
Sorry, after adding 100 GB disk, what name do we have to give?
No, nothing. Just select 100 GB and next, finish. Okay, we don't need to provide any name.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So guys, the next step is you cannot do anything on the ESXi host. Now you need to rest of the things you need to do from the management console. So management console is right here. And within the management console, you can see that we need to go to the storage. So in order to have that 100 GB disk available with the server, you need to be part of the storage. You need to be here. Now within the storage, we don't see that disk here. So for that, we need to do new data store. So new data store means that you have added a physical disk. Now, in order to add the disk, you need to click on new data store. Once you click on new data store, it will say, okay, select creation type. And how would you like to create the data store? Here, we just need to click next on this. Actually right here. So create a new disk, VMFS disk. Guys, first of all, right here within the creation type, the very first thing is that the disk that we are going to create, it will be of type VMFS. So VMFS here, let me write it here. So in here, going back. Yes, type of management, and in the type of management we were, so one is DCUI. We can manage ESXi host through DCUI. We can also manage ESXi host through UI, that is from management console. So management console, I'm just updating the notes here.
Adnan, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
To increase the memory from this console, like I know we can do it from the settings as we did in VMware, right?
Yes.
But from this console, can we increase or decrease or no?
From this console, we can, no, we cannot. Because whatever is the, no, we cannot. Why? Because it will show whatever the memory is on the server. Okay. So, I mean, if there is, let's say 32 GB of memory in the console, you will see it's a 32 GB of memory. You cannot decrease it unless you remove that memory out, then it will be automatically updated.
What does that mean to take the memory out?
Okay, hold on. So you're asking about the disk or the memory?
The memory.
So memory is basically this memory. So if you're looking at the screen, this is the memory. You're talking about the RAM, right?
Exactly, I'm talking about the RAM, like the
Okay.
4 GB or
So
6
how do you
GB.
increase a RAM? How do you increase a RAM? I mean,
Like
question for you.
yes, I will click, I will right click on the settings, exactly right here, and then I will go to settings, and from settings, there is an option for memory.
And you will increase it, right?
Exactly.
Right. So when you increase, just like, so when I say take out the memory, it is exactly means that you go to the settings again and you will decrease the memory right from there. And once,
Okay.
so memory is right here, you can increase or decrease right from here. So for now it is, the server is online. That's why we cannot do it. Otherwise,
Okay.
I can increase or decrease the memory. It will be automatically updated, to answer your question.
Okay. So it means that in console we cannot do that. We have to do it from there only.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so in order to manage the storage, we need to go into the storage. And within the storage, since we added 100 GB of disk, in order to add that disk here, all we need to do is to go to new storage, and right here we need to select what is the type of storage is this. So all the disks, so the main disk operating system, the main disk file system is known as VMFS. Guys, VMFS is a file system that is used for ESXi host disk. So right here it is, so I'm gonna say storage. Disk is called a data store. So, and the file system of the disk inside ESXi host is known as VMFS. And VMFS stands for VMware File System. Okay, so this is known as VMware file system. So in Windows, file system is known as NTFS. So this is in ESXi, this is known as VMFS, VMware file system. So, I mean, if you go to, if I go to my disk here, let's see if I can go to my disk. And within the disk of the server, within the disk of a server, so if I try to go here and look at my disk properties in Windows Server, the file system is NTFS. So in Windows Server, what is the file system? File system is NTFS. NTFS means new technology file system. So on all the Windows Server, Windows 10, Windows Server, everywhere, the file system is NTFS. And what is the file system? File system makes sure that file system shows you how much capacity is in your disk, how much disk is used, and then here on the file system you can set up permissions as well, who has access to the disk, and then some few other things here in the file system. So file system maintains how can you create files, how can you delete files, and all that.
Sir, this NTFS used for Windows and REFS used for?
REFS is the newest file system. Good. So you can remember REFS, resilient file system, is Windows newest file system. So NTFS is a very old file system. It is still in use. All the servers are working with REFS. Resilient file system, or REFS, was first time introduced in Server 2012. And now it is part of Server 2016, but it is not used that much at the moment.
Right, sir.
Okay. So now, so the very important question is, for interview question, what is the file system on ESXi disk? So the file system on ESXi disk is known as VMFS, which is a VM file system. So now what we did, we need to add, so in order to manage the storage, we need to go to the storage option within ESXi host. So all we did, we need to use the UI which is UI. And from now on, UI refers to user interface, and that is referred to the management console of ESXi host. So guys, I'm here. Remember that we added a disk. So we added a 100 GB disk, and now we need to create a VMFS disk storage. So here, I mean, there are some other options as well. Let's say you have an existing disk, you need to extend the data store, meaning let's say you have a 40 GB disk and you had to extend it to 80 GB. So first of all, you will go outside and increase the capacity of the disk, and then here you will come here and extend the disk. Or here you can expand an existing VMS data store extend. So if this is to expand the disk storage. And the last one is mount NFS volume. Later on, we will see what is NFS. NFS is a network file system. At the moment, we're not using it, but we will go through this in another chapter. So for now, we just create a simple disk. So which is create a new a VMFS volume. So here I will click connect, and in the connect, I can see, first of all, I need to provide the name of the disk. So here we will see, provide the name, the following disks are unclaimed. Actually, I cannot see the 100 GB disk, because if you don't see the 100 GB disk, it won't work. Let me see if I can just name it. So I'm just naming this as disk 2. And I cannot see the disk here. So which means that there is something wrong with this. And sometimes that happens, guys. Sometimes that happens. You must see 100 GB here in order to configure this. So I'm going to cancel this at the moment. And what I will do is sometimes I just need to refresh this. Okay, so first of all, I'll go back to the server, go to the settings. And in the settings, I need to see that if the disk was properly added. So if the disk is properly added, that is one thing. The second thing that I need to make sure, so if after making sure the disk is properly added and I'm not able to see the disk, anyone is able to see the disk in your machine?
Yeah, remember I created the disk for 50 GB
Right.
instead of 100 GB, but I'm not able to see that in the console.
Okay.
Neither am I. I thought there might have been some other way to actually add it. I even
Okay.
tried it that day, but nor could I update any files to the present disk, nor could I see any like new disk essentially.
Okay. So what I'm
But
gonna,
even we don't see it in the settings too, sir.
you don't see that in the settings? I
So
can see that in the settings.
yeah, setting I have seen, sir, 100 GB. Second disk,
But here we
yeah,
don't see this.
yeah, but here we don't see, sir.
Okay.
Do we need to re-log in or something?
I
Or-
think maybe
Okay.
we just need to re-log in. Okay, so here, so this is a new data store. Oh, okay, hold on. Maybe we need to rescan this and then create a new data store. Yeah, try re-logging and see that if it comes. So data store name is disk 2. Okay, it's not here. Re-login, or what I will suggest, I will restart ESXi host. So
I
just
actually did re-log in, but it didn't work. So I
okay,
guess we
okay.
have to restart.
So we'll just restart ESXi host. So in restarting, proper restart, guys, do a proper restart, press F12 and then restart the host. So F12 and then F2. Oh, this is shutting down. I had to press F11.
I actually just did the reset. Would it matter?
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't matter in this case because these ESXi hosts are empty. But in the real
Right.
environment, we don't
Oh, yeah, for
just
sure. You
plug
have to
out because, you know, it can corrupt the disk.
disrupt everything pretty much, right?
Exactly. And just for the just for here in the class, it's good for a practice if we use the standard method. So
Right, makes sense.
okay,
Next time.
no problem. So on this server, I've just restarted, and I'm gonna add a disk on my second server as well in the meantime. Normally, the restart is not required. You can just add the disk and it works fine. But maybe in this version, they made it sure that the server should be restarted. So on the second server, I'm going to add the same 100 GB.
Yeah, it shows up now actually.
Okay, excellent, excellent.
Perfect.
Very good. So, which means that as soon as it comes back, we can connect to the console again. And in my case, I'm going to increase the memory of ESXi host. It's a little bit slow for me here. What I can do, because I have a lot of memory. So in order for you to see that if you can add more memory here, if you can add some memory. So first of all, I need to add more memory to my ESXi host. So ESXi host is running on 4 GB of memory, which is giving me a little bit slower performance in managing from the server. So first of all, in order to increase the memory, I will check that what is on my host memory. So what is going on with my host? In the host, I have total of 23 GB of memory, from which 11 GB is used. So which means I can add another 2 GB to ESXi host, so that wouldn't affect my overall memory usage. So
Sir,
what
can
I'm,
I ask you a question, sir?
yeah, please go ahead.
How do you refresh your browser once you restart ESXi machine?
I think you need to re-log in. So log off and log in. Or maybe you can close the browser and open a new browser and then log in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Adnan, do we need to partition the disk at all, or
No,
use?
just keep the same disk, 100
Okay.
GB, and just have one disk for that.
Perfect. Sounds good.
So
Okay.
do you need to log in the server too?
From the log into the server, meaning on the Windows server?
Yes, sir. Like log out and log in, or what?
No. From here, from the console, yes. We need to, since we restarted the server, we'll just need to re-log in.
Oh.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं अदनान भाई अब्दुल्ला बात कर रहा हूँ.
जी वालेकुम सलाम Abdullah, how are you?
I'm good, sir. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I totally forgot about the class. I came from office and just sitting here.
Okay, no
I got the
problem,
message. I'm sorry for that.
no problem. So Abdullah, what we are doing, we are just we have just created a new ESXi server. We are just adding a disk to a ESXi host. So if you have your lab ready, just have one Windows server and 2 ESXi.
Windows Server and the 2S. Okay.
Okay.
Sir, a problem here.
Yes, what is the problem?
My browser is basically stuck or frozen here in the, like, I'm not able to go into that console.
Meaning you're on the Windows server, but browser is not doing anything. You're clicking, nothing happens.
Exactly, that is true.
Okay, so just close the browser. Even closing is not working?
Even I can't even close it.
Okay, in that case,
either I have to restart the whole machine,
Try
or
Alt F4 maybe.
Alt F4.
Yeah, that's basically the command to close it, right? But you can't even go to Task Manager or nothing.
No, I cannot go to Task Manager even.
Oh, yeah, probably stuck.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm resetting it. That's fine. That's okay.
Okay. Okay, guys, I'm logged into the server, and now I'm going to go to the storage since we added a new disk, but the server is just restarting. My other server, I think, was not restarted when I added the disk. So guys, in ESXi host, disks are known as data store. So please remember that the data store is nothing but a disk inside ESXi host. So let's say if I'm saying that in my ESXi host, there are 10 data stores, meaning there are 10 disks in my ESXi host. So, and in the data store, the file system is known as VMFS. Guys, VMFS file system is designed for handling large files. So the main quality, it is just like any other file system, but it is designed to manage large file sizes because in VMware, all the VMs are large file size. All the VMs are made up of files, and those files goes into terabytes. So one file can be one huge terabyte. So VMFS is designed to manage large file sizes. So in the storage, now I'm in the storage and I need to make sure my server is back. Server is still starting up. Both servers are starting up. So once this server comes back, then I will go and add to the storage.
So I'm just watching it. I'm unable to do it because
okay,
my browser is unable to connect.
Your browser is unable to connect.
Yes.
Right from the beginning of this class?
Just now, because after adding the 100 GB and restarting it.
Okay, okay. It's okay. Guys, the most important thing about this lab is that you need to do it practically. I mean, Human also asked me that if you can just take the notes and not follow me in the lab. Guys, I mean, it's fine that if you're taking the notes, if you're trying to understand, this is fine by me, but please spend time during the week to repeat these steps and these labs here in during the week. So so this is why so for the most important thing that I want you to do it with me, so that at least you can go through it once and then you can do that on your own when you're doing it at home.
So if you can check on the WhatsApp web.
Okay, I will.
I've just shared a picture.
Okay.
Sir, should I write down the name where it says select the device?
Select the device, just name it. Yes, just
Like,
name it disks.
where created the disk, whichever servers we were created.
Yes.
Wherever we created, right?
Exactly. So wherever you have created, if it is on ESXi 1, just name it ESXi 1 disk 2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and what am I looking at? So Faz, okay, so you're saying that it's saying page cannot be displayed.
Yes,
Page cannot
I
be.
restarted my server.
So restarted your server, and Faz, if you're looking at my screen, you will only be able to connect if you see this screen. So do you see this to manage this host to go to the server, or do you see still it is loading?
So just a second. No, sir. Yeah, it's a black one, sir.
Okay, so just click on it and enter, press enter, it will turn to yellow.
It's asking me the password. No, it is yellow, sir. Exactly the same screen as you have got.
So it's the same screen, like to manage this host, go to these two lines, right?
Yes.
Okay, so which means that the server is available, then all you need to do is now try to connect again. So I'm connecting to my server.
Sorry, Faz bhai, you added S after HTTP, so it will not work. Just put HTTP.
Okay. Let me check. Okay. Thank you. Let me check again.
Yes, it has to be exactly this name. Here you don't see S. But what happens is when you use HTTP without the S, it will automatically put S later on. So as you can see, once it connects to the UI, it automatically adds the S or the certificate with this. So I am finally connecting to this first server. And from this server, I'm going to add the storage. So guys, while this is happening, while you have already added it, what we need to do, we need to copy Windows operating system on the desktop of the server. Because what we are trying to do, we will create a Windows machine inside ESXi server. So inside the ESXi server, we need to create a new virtual machine. For that, we need to do it. For that, we need an operating ISO file on this. So copy an ISO file from your machine on your Windows server. So just on this desktop of the server, just copy any Windows iOS, maybe Windows 10, maybe Windows. So if not Windows 10, maybe Server 2012 or 2016.
So just a quick question. I've just tried to reconnect with my browser. It's just adding S at the end of the HTTPS. I don't know why, because everything was running fine.
No, it's fine. I mean, if it is showing HTTP, it's good.
No,
So
HTTPS. It is adding S and I'll just share the screen, sir.
Okay.
Same problem again, sir. It is.
Okay, so for a quick, so can you share your screen quickly so that we can
Yes,
just
sir.
click on share in the meeting. Okay, so right here, you're connecting to this, and what you need to do, change to ESXi, please.
Okay.
So, okay, and click inside, press enter. Okay, escape.
Escape. Yeah.
Press escape and escape again. So here we can see that it is HTTP 162.168.10.60. Okay, that's fine. And what about the other server? Show me the other server. Okay, click inside.
It is in.
Okay, and that's fine. So this looks also good. You haven't disabled IPv6, but that's fine. Go back to Windows Server, please. And from here it is so just click on the link and remove S. It will automatically put S, so that's fine. It doesn't matter. It will automatically place S, so press enter.
Display page cannot be displayed.
Okay, page cannot be displayed. So there is something wrong with the networking of this this machine. Open command prompt and ping this server. It's not pinging, so which means that there is something wrong with the networking. And show me the settings of this server. Which network is on this?
Let me check, sir.
Sir, also check the NIC card net.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes, we need to check if it is NAT. So this one is NAT. So check the other server. So this one is NAT. That's fine. Check the other server settings.
The firewall also, sir.
Yes,
It was
please
working.
go ahead. This is NAT. This is NAT as
Sir,
well. Just restart both of the servers.
sir, might be this Canaps one would be like 192.168.100.60 IP address for the.
It could be, but Faz is saying that it was connecting just before
It
adding
was
the disk.
doing everything, sir. After adding and restarting the server, it stopped working.
Yeah, then firewall is on. Check firewall, please.
So go to the Windows server and try
Okay,
checking the firewall.
Most likely. Open it. and
Yeah,
check it.
Defender is on, firewall is on, sir.
Yes.
On the right side.
Defender? Defender is the...
Yep, real-time production is on.
That doesn't matter. It should literally just log in. I logged in mine.
Check.
Yeah, check this one too, and check the firewalls. This is off. Everything is good. So sometimes there is a networking issue within this. I would say just restart Windows Server. Just right click on Windows Server reset.
Sir, I have a question. Like
Yes.
Ethernet is 0. Why IP is not coming here? Why this is saying assigned by DHCP?
Oh yes, that might be an issue, because it's coming. If it is assigned by DHCP, it's coming from the VMware DHCP.
IP is not, sir, IP. He has to check the IP.
It might be the IP issue.
Yes,
So
sir.
here on this machine, it's saying the IP address. Okay, so 192.168.10.70. Go back to, please go back to Windows Server.
Windows Server.
And here, man, this machine is fast, mashallah. Wow. Okay, enter. So go to server manager, go to IP settings and see what is the IP address on this machine.
Not coming.
Yeah, you can go from here in the meantime. Yeah. So, yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
it has
assign
gone. I don't know.
it's fine. It's fine. Just assign an IP address 192.168.10.10. 10.10.
Oh, sorry.
Because this will be our Active Directory server as well. And that's it. Just click OK. Nothing else is required.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. 10.10.
Click OK. And now go to the browser and try connecting to that server.
I don't know how it did happen. I didn't change anything.
I know. Sometime I mean, it's rare, but it happens.
I'm missing one.
You missed one. Yeah, 192.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Goes
Very
right
good.
away. Excellent. Very good.
Yes, yes.
So I'm going to share my screen now.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're most welcome. So guys, what we need to do is, so just before this quick troubleshooting, what we did, we added a disk and then we restarted the server, and now I can see all of the devices here. But being all of the devices here doesn't mean that the disk is active. So here you can see all of the devices that we add to the server. So in which 40 GB disk is usable, but 100 GB disk is still not usable, but because I cannot see that disk in the data store. So whatever I see in the data store, it means that that disk is usable. So I'm going to create a new data store. And while creating this new data store, I will create a new VMFS volume. So the second new word for today to learn is VMFS. VMFS stands for VMware File System. It is a file system used in VMware disks, and it is specially designed for large file system. And here we can see the disk here. So I'm going to call this disk for ISO. So here we will keep all of the ISOs from which we will install VMs. So on this one, it is disk for ISO, it is 100 GB. We can partition the disk here as well, or we can go with the full disk. So I'm going to go with the full disk, and or you can make it customized. So we don't need to customize at the moment. I'm going to go with the full disk and finish. So once this is done, it's just giving us a warning that since the disk is being prepared, everything will be lost and everything will be formatted. So that is fine. Now this is a data store. So in this data store, if you need to add anything, now we need to connect to the data store. So before going into the new disk, I'll go into the data store one. So once you go to the data store one, basically it shows you the information on this data store, what is in this data store. And here you have data store browser. This will show what is in this disk. So exactly like in Windows Server, we go to a Windows Explorer, and in Windows Explorer, we go to, let's say, C drive. And in C drive, I can see that there are a lot of folders and files here. So this is C drive on Windows. Exactly like this, if you need to see what is in the disk, we need to go to Data Store Browser. So once you go to Data Store Browser, it shows you what is in this disk. So at the moment, this is the main data store one is the main disk of ESXi. In this disk, the operating system of ESXi is sitting. So here we don't make any changes. We don't do anything in this disk because this disk, this is the C drive of ESXi, and the operating system is sitting right here. So this is the new disk that I just added, and that disk is empty as well. So once I bring the ISO on my Windows server, from here I can upload the ISO in this. So when you create a new when you create a new VM or the virtual machine inside ESXi host, you need to have an ISO present in this disk. So what am I trying to do now? So now, first of all, I'll bring the ISO on this server, and from here I will upload it to ESXi host. So in order to bring the ISO, I'll go to my ISOs folder. Let me have to find the folder first.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, after making this 100 GB of drive, okay, and after making this drive into online, now it's showing two hard drive with 32 GB and 99.75. So how it's
Yes.
come, sir?
So
Yeah.
32 GB one is the one in which 32 GB is the one that is used for, that is basically used for
Use
the
EXSI
operating
host
system. Exactly.
from
And the
there, sir.
99 is the one that we just added. Why is it
Right,
99? Because 1 GB is used for system purposes.
right. Okay,
Okay, so guys, I'm
okay.
copying here server 2012. So all you need to do is come here and drag it from your host machine, from your laptop. You can copy it Windows 10, Windows 16, any. So at the moment, I'm just copying server 2012. So once server 2012 disk is copied, guys, from here it should be it should be logical enough to understand that all I need to do once this is copied, I need to go to the storage, then the data store, and then data store browser. And in the data store browser, I'll upload this image to the ESXi host. So guys, all the time we need to remember that we are not working on this server. We are working on this server, which is here. So whatever I'm doing in the management console is being worked on this server. So we added an empty disk to start with. That disk was empty. So if I can make it So this is my Explorer, and the disk and the image that I just uploaded on the server is sitting right here on within this within the desktop. So now if I need to add this to the data store, I need to go to the data store Explorer, which is this one. One more time, I'll go to the data store Explorer. If you're not here, all you need to do, go to the storage. Within the storage, you need to go to the disk we just added, which is 99 GB. Within the disk, you need to go to Data Explorer. So in the Data Explorer, I need to upload. So you need to select this disk and you need to upload your ISO image within the disk. So from the desktop, I'm going to upload this image here. So this will be added. So once this is added, the next step will be that we will create our first VM inside ESXi host. So not necessarily you need to install the operating system, but I want you to go through this process of adding a disk to ESXi host, then adding an ISO to this. So this will take a few minutes here before we can. So it is just uploading the disk from here. In the meantime, I will connect to my other ESXi host.
Sir, can you repeat the process again, please?
Yes, I will repeat that one more time. And the process to add the disk is that what we need to do, first of all, make sure that you have the ISO within on the desktop of this Windows server, number one. Number two is once you have copied the ISO, you need to go to the server, storage, disk, and within disk, you just need to open data store browser, and within data store browser, select the disk and upload.
Sir, I beg your pardon, sir. How do we copy, sir? Because I was in my VMware machine, sir. I couldn't see that thing, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
How do you copy the ISO image?
Yes, so Abdullah is asking a question. Is it possible to have a video recording of today's class? Yes, it is being recorded and it will be uploaded. So even the yesterday's last class is uploaded in the folder as well. Faz asked a question, how do I copy this? How do I copy this, Faz? Once you're on server here, all you need to do is from your host machine where you have ISOs. So you have ISOs on your laptop. Once you're on this folder, just drag whatever. So this server I need to upload, just drag it on the server. So when you see the plus sign, it will start copying.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you don't need to do anything extra, just drag it on the desktop and it will copy.
Sir, I have got the error and it's showing that a selected file exceed Internet Explorer file uploaded limit of 4 GB. When I'm uploading this server 2012 R2.
Server 2012, and it was copying, and at the end
Yes.
it was.
Yeah. When I'm uploading from disk ISO, so error is coming. This is the error, sir.
Okay, that's strange. There might be some security in Windows 10 and the error message.
Can I show you, sir?
Sir, it's an error. I'm having the same error. A selected file exceeds the Internet Explorer's file upload limit of 4 GB.
Okay, excellent. So guys, my question to you is, let's say if the same error comes in the real life, what would you do?
Sir, I will search in the Google.
Exactly.
Yes,
So just quickly search on Google and see that what is the remedy for this. I think there need to be some setting that need to be switched on. But guys, in order to search the Google, do not type anything on your own. Type exactly the error message that you see, because that will take you precisely where you need to where you will find the solution. So have you uploaded the picture of the error?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm searching, sir.
Yes. So you need to type the exact. So in order to search on Google, I mean, you can type random stuff there, but searching for the exact message, try to type exact words so that people can guide you through. So definitely this might have been shown before as well. And I've not seen this error message before. So maybe probably this is a security feature in maybe in Internet Explorer. So what is the exact error message? If you can just
A
let me know.
selected file exceeds Internet Explorer's
Okay.
file upload limit of 4 GB.
Selected file exceeds. Okay, so if I type the first three words, it automatically gives me few things. So here it says 4 GB limit on IE11. So, and in order to, so what I would do, I would just try to open the first few links quickly. And here somebody is saying that this is solved. So
Just
solve,
say use a different browser.
you just use a different browser. Okay. Okay. Yeah, right, right. So the best browser for this will be Chrome or the FileZilla browser. Firefox. Okay, and the solution is to use another browser. So what are the browser you guys are using who are not getting the error message? No, the people who are not getting this error message, Ashish and Naveed.
Yes, same Internet
I
Explorer.
got the same error message. I'm trying Firefox right now.
Okay,
Though. That's
okay, good. So in order to get Chrome or Firefox, we need to have internet on this server, and in order to get internet, we need to have bridged connection, right?
Yeah.
So
Just literally copied the setup from the other place. Is that okay?
yeah, you can just get it from if you already have it somewhere, so you can just copy it inside.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks.
So are you installing Firefox or Chrome?
I am doing Firefox, to be honest.
Okay.
So if you don't mind, can I share my screen for just 2 minutes, sir?
Yes,
I have
yes.
already.
Okay. Yeah, share your screen, please.
So this is the one I've made.
Okay. Yeah, your disk is done.
Yeah.
And
so from here, what should I do, sir? From
yeah,
here?
just go to disk ISO.
Okay.
And just go to data store browser.
Okay.
Okay. So Faz and everyone, try to click on things whenever you're here. I mean, now that you're here, you can just click on upload. But I think just to make it bit faster for in the real environment, try to click on different things. Whatever things you see might be logical for this. So now all you need to do is open data store browser and upload.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. And now you need to upload. So
For
now
some reason, I'm getting an error that I cannot, sorry to interrupt, that I can't install the Firefox on 2016. Is it because I copied it? Should I just try to like add another network card and install the new fresh thing?
probably when you're installing it, it might need internet to download some files.
Right, makes sense.
Okay.
So
So what I'm doing now is adding a new network card so that I can connect this server to internet. I think every one of you now know how to add internet to this VM. All you need to do, add a new network card and make sure that other network card is bridged so that you can use internet on this. So I'll try to make sure if internet is available by just going on to any website. So, okay, so internet is working on this machine, and all I need to do is to download either Firefox or Chrome. I'm going to go with Chrome. It's saying download Edge. So just download Chrome and install. So since I am downloading Chrome, I can download also Firefox as well. So just to see that if maybe Firefox might be better. Guys, Firefox is a internet browser, and Firefox, I mean, just another internet browser. If it's your choice, you can use Firefox or you can use Chrome as well, any one of them.
So can I share my screen for you?
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
I cannot see my disks here.
Right. Yeah, you can share your screen. Okay, so you're here. And so first of all, hold on. Yes.
Sorry.
Okay, so go to devices. Go to devices first. Alamgir.
Oh, sorry.
So device.
Where, sir?
So device in the
Okay.
same screen where you see devices at the top
Okay.
where it says yes. So
Yeah.
devices is the place where it will show you raw devices. Okay.
Oh, okay. Got
So
it. So
raw
40
devices means that here you can go. Okay, so here and you restarted your ESXi host.
Yeah, I did both. So like I made one in like 40 GB in one. The other one was 100.
Okay, show me the setting of your ESXi, please. Setting, right click settings.
Sorry. Okay. So, name and the IP address. And
No. Right click on the VM and show me the disk, please. Disk where you added the disk.
Okay. So here's
So
40.
the disk is 20 GB.
Okay. Oh yeah. 40 is by default.
20 GB is fine as well. It shouldn't matter. And you have restarted this already.
Yes, I didn't check which.
Restart both of them. Restart both of them. Restart both servers.
We have to upload the ISO on both servers?
No, just one server. So you have already uploaded using Chrome?
Yes. Yeah, Firefox actually, but it worked completely fine.
Excellent. And I think that this browser is faster than IE, probably.
way faster, so much way faster.
Right.
It's
So
literally uploaded in a second.
wow. Yeah, so IE is outdated. And that's why I was surprised why my machines is so slow accessing ESXi. It was due to the browser, actually.
So, sir, technically we have to upload all the iOS on this disk one iOS, right?
Yes, so we do need ISO on ESXi hosts so that we can make
Yes.
VMs here. So that's why we are
Yes.
uploading it.
I think not any specific ISO, any ISO, right?
Any ISO.
Mhm.
So since Naveed and Naveed, have you uploaded the ISO?
Yes, sir, I did with no problem at all.
Okay. So if you have already uploaded the ISO, Ashish and Naveed, why don't you make a VM? Just make a server 2012 VM. Go to the main page and try to create the VM. I think you should be able to do it. It's just
Sure.
straightforward.
Yeah.
So Alamgir, what are you trying to do on this machine?
I'm just logging in, sir.
Why?
After restart.
You don't need to log in. Just leave it as
Oh.
is. Yeah, you don't need to log in. Just press cancel on this. And so these are restarted already?
Both of them, yes, sir.
Yes. So now close the browser in Windows and log in again. So you haven't closed the browser right from the beginning, right?
I did, sir.
Okay, you did. Okay, that's fine. So let's do it again and try connecting. Guys, I know this looks a bit difficult at the moment, but trust me, in few days you will be flowing like a sports car. Sports car, yes. So I mean, any technology when you start with it is kind of difficult in the beginning, but it becomes easier with time.
Okay, sir, there is an option enable Windows virtualization based security. Do we have to put the check mark on it?
Virtualization enabled. What is the option, please?
Yeah, enable Windows virtualization based security. And there is a check mark which
I think go with the
have.
defaults for now. Just go with the defaults.
Sure.
So once I'm there, because for me, it's just downloading Chrome. Okay, Chrome is downloaded. All I need to do is connect to the server.
Sir, I have downloaded this Firefox, but I'm not entering like inside this
Okay.
After you
EXI.
press advanced settings, after you press advanced settings, the bottom.
I was able to upload the image through Firefox, sir.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Yeah, now I can see, sir.
Now you can see the disk. Okay, go inside the disk and no, not from here. Not from here. You need to go to data store. Back to the data store.
Oh, data.
Okay, go to storage. Go to storage. And within the storage now data store and create a new data store. So create new data store. No, not right click. It's right there. It's right there. Right under your mouse. New data store.
Oh, okay.
And from here, you just need to click next, 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 and just name it disk.
Do I need to select? Yeah.
Just name it disk ISO.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Just giving you a warning, it will just restart.
No.
So I don't understand that CPU is reaching 90%.
What is
Just to
reaching
upload,
90%?
just to upload the image. It comes to 50%, then it goes.
Faz, can you repeat what is the CPU is reaching 90%?
Yeah, CPU is reaching 90%, and then it comes back to 50 and 60. And just I was uploading the ISO.
Exactly, yes.
So does it take so much CPU utilization?
Yeah, so it is uploading and it is using CPU and the disk and the RAM. So yes, it will show some usage there.
So, sir,
If you
where?
hear the fan sound, it's so hot, and like the
Okay.
fan is moving so fast, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, your machine will be a bit hot, but it shouldn't be extremely hot because it is using ESXi, but it shouldn't be extremely hot. Okay, so
Where I'll have to give a.
yeah,
the
go
image.
inside disk ISO. Go inside disk ISO right here. Yeah.
Okay.
And now go to data store browser.
Oh, got it.
And now here just upload. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen now. I think
Sure.
you can do it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, after downloading this Firefox, I have to enter this server with Firefox, right?
Um,
Not with the Internet Explorer.
Not Internet Explorer. Yes. Use Firefox.
Sir, I'm getting error, sir. A warning, potential security risk ahead.
Yes, no problem. So just scroll down and there is accept the risk. So there is another, just if you scroll down on the same page.
You have to hit advanced settings and then it'll scroll down.
Oh, yes. Click on advanced settings.
Okay, advanced settings, sir. Then
And so click on advanced setting and scroll down.
accept the risk. Accept the
Exactly.
risk.
Exactly.
Yes, accept the risk.
Okay,
That's
sir.
it.
Okay, sir. Got it. Thank you, sir.
So
sir,
Adnan bhai actually select the ISO from the location, but it's still starting ESXi 6.7 for some reason.
Okay, it's not starting. It's not starting the server.
And so yeah, but I mean it started virtual machine, but it's not loading the Windows server.
Okay, so let me check. Let me check. So guys, one thing that I wanted to show you is that I used IE and it uploaded the image. Okay, now that doesn't mean that the errors that you're getting is that there is something wrong with your infrastructure and your environment. Guys, be ready for whenever working in this IT technology, and be ready to be surprised that one thing might work for one person and exactly the same thing might not work for you. So in that case, just try to use all resources in order to make sure that it works. So maybe if you have to restart it, re-add it, or do whatever it takes to just complete the task. Okay. So in my case, when I uploaded the image, it got uploaded directly from IE, but Firefox is better and Chrome is better for in order to manage these servers. Okay. So now I'm about to create a VM. I'm about to create a VM from this. So in order to create a VM, I will go to the host and let's see that how it goes. So in order to do that, all I need to do is create and register a VM. So when you are on the host screen, so we already added a storage to the disk, and within the disk, we have uploaded the image. And now we are about to create a VM. In order to create a VM, you need to be connected to the storage, to the server. And within the server, I'll go and say create and register a VM. So you can create a new VM. You can also register a new VM as well. But at the moment, we are just creating a new VM. Now, why is there register a VM? So create means you are creating a new VM. But register means that you already have a VM that you copied from another server. Maybe you just copied the complete folder of that VM, and you need to now bring it into this ESXi host. For that, you can register a VM. So creating a VM is a new VM. So we are about to create a new VM. If you have an existing VM, you can register it. We will see that how this can be done later on. And there is one more option called deploy VM from OVF and OVA. OVF is basically ready-made VMs that we buy, that we get from the market and use them and install them here. So now you will start seeing the enterprise features of virtualization. I mean, what so far what we have seen in VMware Workstation, you can create a VM, you can start using them, and also you can also have in VMware also you can also use OVF as well. So OVF basically it's an OVF is used to for so for now just remember, because we will need to go into more discussion about OVF and OVA. So OVF simply means it's an open virtualization format or open virtualization application. So OVF we will discuss later on, but one word we need to remember for OVF and OVA, it's a ready-made VM. Just like you go into the market, you can buy unstitched clothes, and then you can make shirts and trousers out of that cloth that you bought from the market. But you can also buy ready-made cloths. So this OVF and OVA means it's a ready-made VM. You can, so here I need to install Server 2012 right from scratch. When I create a new VM, I need to select the type of hardware that I need to go for, and I also need to basically go through the installation process, select the language and this and that and everything. But in OVF, you can find a ready-made installed Server 2012 and you can bring it here. So that is what OVF is. So at the moment, we are just creating a new virtual machine. So new virtual machine, just like you can create that from the VMware Workstation, I can go to next. And within next, it is saying that what operating system do you need. So first of all, I will name this. So I will name this pass Windows Serve 01. So this is pass Windows Serve 01. And in here, compatibility will be 6.7 virtual machine. So compatibility, why is it asking for compatibility, guys? It is asking for compatibility in case in your environment you have previous ESXi host as well. Let's say I have one ESXi host which is 6.7 and another ESXi host that is version 6 and another ESXi host that is version 5. So if you create a VM if you create a VM selecting here 6.7, then that VM can only be managed from 6.7. This VM cannot be managed, or maybe it can be managed, but it might not have full features of the other operating system, of the other ESXi host. So in order to select here, since we don't have any previous ESXi host, and we are not planning to have any previous ESXi host, for that reason, we'll leave that as is. But if your environment has any previous ESXi host, then right from here, you can select any previous version. So you can say, this VM will be version 5 compatible. Now, version 5 means that it won't be able to use the latest feature, but it can still work with 6.7. So, but in our case, since we don't have any previous version of ESXi, we will go with 6.7, ESXi 6.7. Secondly, it is also asking you what is the OS family. So definitely the VM that I'm installing, I've already planned that I will be installing Server 2012. So for that reason, I'm going to select Windows here. Now in Windows, there are all these operating systems that from where you can select. So in our case, we are going to go with Server 2012, which is this one, 64-bit edition. I'm going to go with Server 2012 because I have this. If you have Windows 10, if you have any other Windows, you can select that from your side. So I'm going to select that. As you can see, guys, this is all logical. There is nothing new in here. Now it is saying that where do you want to store this VM? So this is a very important part where you need to stop and think. Where are you storing this VM? Do you want to store this on data store 1 or do you want to store that on disk ISO? Now, storage means that the VM, when the VM is created, it will be stored on a disk, and wherever it is stored, that disk has to be big enough. So our data store 1 is only 32 GB in size, whereas our disk ISO that we just added is 100 GB inside. So the reason I added it 100 GB inside, this is why I wanted to have a separate storage for the VM. Here, if I go next, so I will store that in that other disk, not in the system disk. So you can, I mean, you can store that in system disk, but you know, once Server 2012 or Windows 10 is installed, it will automatically take at least 10 GB to 20 GB, or maybe it will take more disk on the storage. So I don't want to disturb the system disk, which is the data store 1. I am going to store that in my additional disk, which is the second disk. But if you already have selected this disk, it is fine. And if it is being installed, just remember that since it is stored on the data store 1, it is eating up a lot of the disk where the operating system is sitting. So on this server, there are two disks, remember, ESXi disk 1 and disk 2. I'm going to store that on the new disk that I just added. So once this is added, once I select the disk, here you can customize some settings here. So within customization settings, it is showing you how much CPU do you need for this, how much memory do you need for this. Now that all depends that how much memory do you want to give. Now it is server 2012. Server 2012 will require more and more memory. But for here, for the purpose of this, I don't want to use two CPUs. I'm going to change it to one CPU, and I'm going to change the memory to 2 GB, because total memory that we have on this ESXi host, guys. So now we need to be now we need to think like a virtualization admin. So you have total memory that I can see on my ESXi host is 7 GB. So this is 7 GB, because I added 3 more GBs because I had some free memory sitting here. So I added, so total memory is 7 GB, and it has 2 CPUs in this. So when I'm creating this VM, and if I give it 2 CPUs, which means that I'm giving the 2 CPU memory, and plus for this the value must be a multiple of 4. So it's saying this 2 GB of RAM is not accepted. So I'm going to say 2048. So 2048, it's just saying that the number that you put in should be according to the binary numbering. So binary numbering 2 GB is 2048. So you can put just 2048. Now, the point that I wanted to understand, make sure is that let's say my ESXi host is 4 GB. And out of 4 GB, when you're creating a new VM, you're giving 4 GB to the VM. Guys, this can be disastrous for the system. Why? Because you're trying to take away all the memory from your host machine and you're giving it to the client machine. So to start with, that's why I
Anthony,
reduced.
how much memory is like advised to leave be left over in the VM then?
Um, it's better to leave out, because since this is a training environment, normally we leave out at least 10 GB for the host, at least. So
No, like for the RAM, right? How much for the so like the actual VM that we installed, how much memory should be left over? Like how much is like recommended to leave?
For the new VM or for the host?
No, for the host, actually, the host VM.
Exactly. So for the host VM, at least 4 GB of memory should be there for the host. At
So
least.
remaining, right?
Yes.
Other than okay,
Exactly.
okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. So in here, again, it's giving me some warning here, saying that this number is acceptable. Is it a warning or is it just a message, error message? Okay. So guys, in short, we just need to have a quick look out on a quick look out for the type of resources we have on the server, and what type of resources you want to you want to use for your VM. So we'll go for one CPU for our Windows server or Windows 10, whatever you're installing, and 2 GB for the RAM. That's it. 2 GB for the RAM. Other than that, we are not doing any reservation limits and shares. Later on, there is a chapter on resource management. And in that chapter, we will discuss what is reservation limits and shares. Later on, we will do that. Here it's saying, do you need a memory hot plug? Memory hot plug is that if I enable this, then even if the VM is on, you can increase the memory and decrease the memory. Normally, if you need to increase the memory, you will switch off the VM, you will shut down a VM and then increase or decrease the memory. But if you use this option, then while the VM is running, then you can increase or decrease the memory. So we'll leave that as is. I'll enable this for the VM. So that's so hot. Guys, whenever the word hot comes for any technology, it means that the machine is running and you're making some changes. So in that case, I'm just going to leave this. So it was not enabled. I'll enable this. The disk will be 40 GB. Here is the SCSI controller. This is the disk controller. Leave that as is for now. And this is the SATA drive that will be connected. So this disk will be of SATA type. There is USB will be on this disk. You can, if you want, you can disable. Can you disable this? Yes. So you can remove the USB. I mean, just to leave out important parts of the of VM, or you can leave it on, that's fine. Here you have a networking, so which is part of this VM network. So this is the network adapter is, and you have a CD, you have a video card. So this is the hardware that you're using in this. So on this, the important thing that what we did was to change the CPU to 1 and also change the RAM to just 2 GB. And 2 GB in binary is 2048. It might give you a warning. If it does give you a warning, just use 2048. Other than that, you can add more network cards, you can add more disk, you can add more disk, and you can add more devices to this. Just like in VMware, you go to settings and you can add disk. Here you can add these devices to this as well. And in VMware VM option, you can here say that this is a remote console. So lock the desktop virtual machine when the last remote user is disconnected. So this option you can select if, let's say there are many admins working on this ESXi host, and once they leave this ESXi host, they forgot to lock the machine. You know, all the machines should be logged. Now, what is the meaning of lock? Lock means this, guys. Let's say the server is working, and I'll go here in the server and I'll lock this machine. So now this is locked, meaning that nobody can log in unless they use their own username and password. So if I need to log off, if I need to unlock this, I will need to use my password. So that option in there, it says that do you need to enable that option on this Windows server, that as soon as somebody disconnects, it should automatically log? We can say yes. Um, Human is asking a question. Could you please write that on the Word document as well as you did too? On the Word document, I will. But Human and everyone, this is being recorded here. You can look at this here again. But I will definitely give you the highlights, whatever we have done on the in the Word document. But here, guys, spend at least 1 or 2 hours during the week to repeat this lab right here from this video. All what we are doing is creating a new VM. So creating a new VM, everyone, it's really easy. It's exactly the same thing how you create a VM in VMware Workstation. The only difference is that it's a newer interface. The interface is different. Otherwise, it's just like creating a VM in this. Now, what do you do in creating a VM in VMware Workstation? You create a new VM and it will ask you what is the ISO, and it will ask you all the other things that it needs to ask. Select a CPU and all that. And you can customize the hardware. So it's exactly like this, but it is just a newer interface. So in here, you can also install VMware tools. Power management is right here. You can select many options, but for now, let's leave everything as is. And so all we did in order to create a VM type. So in the VM type, we selected new VM. In the name of the VM, we said it is, so go to next here. And probably, it saved the settings. So the name of the VM, it is compatible with 6.7. It is server, Windows Server. And the next option is the storage, where you're storing this VM. So, I mean, this is very logical, everyone. This is, you don't need to panic that if it is something new here at the moment. I know there are some new options here. For that, you will learn slowly. So on this customization screen, all I did was to provide one CPU and 2 GB of memory, and that's it. Other than that, we haven't done anything on this, and ready to complete. So it gives you a review, or you can go back and make changes and finish. So at this point, it is making our first VM, and you will start seeing changes in CPU and memory as well, and within the storage too. So if I go back here, and if you need to see where what is happening, you can check the recent task. So this is the recent task. It is saying the process result completed successfully. You just created a VM. And if we go to the VM here, let's go to the VM. So VM is right here. So we created a VM. Now we need to start the VM so that the installation will start. So we will select that VM and power on this VM. Okay, so just like in VMware, what we did, you create a VM and automatically the installation starts. But in here, the VM is created and you're in VM section. All you need to do is power this on. So now if I power this on, and so on the power on, it will start the VM. So, and on the recent task, it gives you what is happening in the in here. So VM is started, and now you can click on the console to see what is happening on this VM. So I'm going to click on the console. It's saying that open in the browser, or open in a new window, open in a new tab, launch a remote console, or use MCR, which is another utility with which you can manage a VM. For now, we are just opening that into a new window so that we can see what is happening. So this is the same VM, so that we can see. I'm going to expand the screen so that we can have a bigger view.
Adnan, you can't hit Control Alt or Delete. For some reason, it's not accepting it in the VM. Is there a specific way to do it?
Yes, Control Alt Insert. Control Alt Insert. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So that's not what we did. It's installing ESXi host. Why?
The same, yes, sir. Same thing happened with me, and I was confused that I copied the ISO for Windows 10, but why this is installing ESXi server in it?
Okay.
So,
okay.
So basically, what we need to do is when we actually select the CD file, is when we actually have to go and select the ISO. That was the same problem that I had. But basically, if you go to the settings, as Adnan is going right now, or actually I started from the new machine. But if you go to the CD part of it, you have to select the drive and the ISO.
Right. Yes, I forgot to select the CD for this. So that automatically took the ISO for ESXi host, because on the host, we just installed the ESXi host, and it has that CD. So in here, in the CD, all I need to do is to provide the ISO. And where do we do that? Right here, data store ISO. And from data store ISO, we can select Windows Server. So one more time, how we did it, all we need to do is that right click on this VM and go to settings. And within settings, we need to provide the ISO. Otherwise, I mean, that setting was available within when you're creating a new new VM. All I needed to do was go into the CD and change this to data store ISO. And from here, I provided the ISO. Now I will power off and power on this VM one more time. So power off. And
by the Control Alt Insert didn't work.
Okay, Control Alt Insert didn't work. Okay, so Control Alt Delete will work in the real environment. Okay, But remember, we are in kind of a special situation here because we have VMware, we have Windows. Inside Windows, we have VMware Workstation. Inside VMware Workstation, we have ESXi, and inside ESXi, we have this. So that combination might not work.
Right.
But in order to do that, there must be a some toolbar option.
I'm literally looking through it right now.
Okay.
Let's see.
So I'm going to go to the console one more time and see. So in the browser, I think browser was the good option. So just click on the browser, and now Server 2012 installation is starting up.
Adamji, I want to share my screen because
yes, please share your screen. Let me start
Okay.
this installation.
Sure,
Actually, we don't need to completely install this at the moment. So we'll leave that as is.
So before Bhai can share the screen, I want to tell you.
Okay.
I was just lost because I was in my virtual machine. I'm going to follow your video, sir. Because I did everything. When I finished everything, there was no option like restart or reboot.
Okay, Faz, just a second. Let me quickly check Naveed's machine, then we'll come back to your machine. So Naveed, what's the issue here?
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. So this black area, how can I minimize it?
Okay, so
like I want to see the console which is hidden at the back.
Okay, so click on the top. So hold on, let me see if I can request your cursor. Okay, so right here, what we need to do, first of all, I'll make it bigger screen by clicking here. Okay, so now bigger screen means that it will give you a full view. Most probably there is some there might be some exit option here. Okay, you guys, just give me 2 minutes. There is somebody at the door. Just give me 2 minutes here.
Sure. Okay.
Naveed bhai, is this your screen?
Yes, this is mine.
Kahan pe ho aap? Can you minimize this? You just have to go to the storage right here.
I cannot see your mouse.
Can you minimize the black screen? The VM. Just go to the Windows right here. Go to the Windows main screen where you were. I think so. Just hit escape.
Escape?
Yeah. Why is there play button over there?
Okay. The problem is that accidentally I closed our meeting window, so I cannot see your mouse where your mouse is going. That is my problem.
Right. Also, I think so. You're logged in from the Internet Explorer, right?
Right.
So you might want to change to yeah, bro.
We have to install this data center server core installation Windows 2012.
Yeah. Okay. So, bro, just hit escape maybe, Naveed bhai?
Escape is not working. I pressed it a couple of times.
Okay, can you close this and maybe log in from the Chrome or whatever you downloaded?
I don't have Chrome. I have to download it.
वो कर लो ना पहले. I think so that'll be it'll help a lot actually.
Okay.
So just add another network card, NAT card, and bridge network card, and
yeah. I can
okay, guys, I'm here. Sorry about that. Okay,
sir,
so yeah,
my installation is running, but sir, this VM is very, very heavy.
Yeah, it is slow. So just stop the VM. We just wanted to see that if the VM is created. So creating a full VM is not required. So so if you've reached to that, you have created a VM and you can see the Windows screen. Just stop the VM, and we don't need to complete the installation.
Right. Okay.
So for Naveed, your screen, did you try closing the browser and starting the browser again? Please try it.
No, I did not do that, but I will do it right now.
Yes.
So can you still see my screen?
Yes, we can still see your screen. And you
Okay.
can just start a new browser. And you haven't downloaded Chrome or Firefox?
No, because I was able to download that ISO for Windows 10
Okay.
using my same Internet Explorer.
Okay, so that's fine, but for better performance later, please use Firefox or Chrome. So IE is still very slow, and IE doesn't have the latest features.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So that is why the screen was stuck in there, because in Firefox, Chrome, and Edge, all three of them, you can have smaller screen, larger screen, and all that.
Nan bhai, I can't find the Control-Alt-Delete function. I don't know where it is.
Okay,
Maybe later.
just a
After you help
second.
everybody.
Just a second. So I'll just, on my side, let me completely install that, and let's see if we can find it somewhere. So have you tried all of the browsers? So there is a browser, where you can open in a new window or in the same window. You tried everything.
Almost done by.
Okay. Okay. So now you can go to,
Register a VM?
You haven't created any VM yet? No, you already
No,
have one VM. You
yeah.
have one VM.
This is the one which I created.
Okay, so right click on this.
But
And
I did not select any kind of I selected that ISO for Windows 10, but it downloaded that ESXi version.
okay. So in order to change that, go to edit settings. Yes. Go to edit settings, and this is for everyone as well, guys, because you all will be stuck in this issue. So in order to change the ISO, you need to go into the VM settings. Once you're in the VM setting, go down to CD. Yes. And change this to data store ISO. And from here, just provide the right ISO. Very good. And save.
And then power on.
And then power on. So it's better to click on the virtual machine. So power this on, but click on the virtual machine on the other side.
Sorry, which side?
Okay, power this on first.
Okay.
It's power on. Okay, now if you click on the virtual machine, you know where your click on this. So you're already there. Yes. So here. Yes. Once you're here, now select the checkbox beside your new virtual machine. And now click on the console up above on the top where it says create and register VM. Right beside that, there is console.
Right.
Yes. So now there are these few ways how you connect. You can open this in the browser. You can open this in the console new window. Just click open in the browser. First option.
Yes.
So once you do now, this gives you a separate screen. Okay. So it is giving you a separate screen, but it is still getting the ESXi host on. So close this one more time. And so in here, this is Windows OS. Go to settings. I think because this ESXi host is installed already, it's not letting you use the thing. So I would say delete this VM, create a new VM.
Okay, I can do that. Can I delete it from here?
Delete, first of all, power off this VM, and then you can delete it. So power
go
off.
to actions. Go to actions and delete the machine. It's right here. Actions.
I can delete it from here.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Right. So when you're creating a new VM, let's say if you can quickly create a new VM and provide a CD.
Create a new virtual machine. One.
Yes, change that to, maybe change the RAM to 2048 as well.
2048, okay. And this CD is the data store ISO.
Okay, and next, finish. And keep an eye on the recent task. On the recent task, if it fails, not able to do it, if it is able to do it. So recent task is a very good place where you can see everything. So it was successfully completed. And now you can power on this VM.
Yes.
Okay, so that's fine.
So I need to help. I created
Yes.
one of the virtual machines, but it's not appearing on that this task.
Faz, I cannot hear you properly. Can you repeat what you said?
I did create after following your example. I just created one of the machines, but it's not appearing on
Yes.
the.
Okay. I'll check your machine. Will connect to your machine right after this. So console. Click on console and click on browser. Yes, this one. And
they're saying unsuccessful.
So now your problem is with the Windows ISO. Use another ISO.
Another ISO.
Yes.
You know, the problem is the same. You have to change from UEFI to
Oh,
BIOS.
yes. That too. Maybe you can try going to the options and change it to UEFI to normal.
Okay, so options where, so like under edit settings?
Probably it should be in the actions. I'm looking at my site as well, which is in the settings. So go to settings, and within settings, go to
Boot options.
VM options, and then boot options.
VM options and
boot options.
Boot options. So
Yes,
this is EFI here, so it should be BIOS.
Yes. Okay, that's good. Faz. Okay, and now start it and
Why
change.
this console is not activated, sir? Have any idea?
Just power on, first power on, and then I think it will be activated.
Yeah, okay.
So I did exactly the same thing, but my VM did not appear. It had vanished to plant Mars.
Okay, just a second. Okay, so now it is starting up.
Right.
It's starting up, so it is not important to create the complete VM, guys, because we won't be using this VM. So the process was just to see that if the VMs are there. If you want to complete the process, it's fine for now, because the more VMs we create, it will make all of the ESXi slow. Okay.
Right.
Can you help with the login though, please, if possible? Adnan bhai?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Adnan bhai.
You're welcome. Ashish, what's your question? Okay, your screen.
Yeah, just the login over here. The control alt delete wasn't working. I tried this. I tried the physical one too, but.
Okay. So you are you really want to log into this machine?
Just for the hell of it. I mean, if it's not really important, like.
Okay, because I have no clue. How do you? I mean, click inside.
I did. I tried so many times. I tried so many things actually. I tried the insert,
but even clicking inside is not working. Click inside and press space bar or enter or anything.
So hopefully, this is just like when I hit the Control Alt Delete, it just does the whole my computer itself,
I
right?
know, I know. Guys, just give, we are in nested virtualization, virtualization inside virtualization. At this point, your laptop might be saying, please, just
Yeah,
give me, let me breathe.
makes sense. Makes sense.
So, I mean, this will work fine, definitely. I'm sure you'll be able to find. I mean, have you tried any other console? Because there are a few other type of console access.
I did, to be honest. There was the browser console, which we just tried. I tried to do it in the remote, but it was pretty much the same thing.
Okay. And in the new window, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
that's
just
fine.
literally just
Okay, no
opens in
problem,
the
no problem.
browser.
I'll try to find that out on my side as well, and you try
Sounds
to
good.
find out your side and let us know, please. Okay.
Most definitely.
Okay,
Thank you.
excellent. Faz, can you share your screen, please?
Yes, sir. I just
Okay.
created the machine, but it's not appearing over here.
You prepare. It's right there. Just click on VM. Just click on click here in the VM.
Oh,
And it's right there, that machine.
okay.
And
Here.
you can click on this and power on. Just say power on.
Okay.
And click on console on the side on the same bar and just click on open browser. Yes. Okay.
Oh, I haven't provided the. I think okay.
ISO. So did you
Yeah.
copy the ISO on this?
Yes,
So
yes.
close this. Okay.
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 Power on.
And power this off.
Okay. Now what do I edit?
Edit. Yes.
It's a CD.
Yes. Go ahead. Yeah. Click on CD and then click on host device.
Host device.
Select data store. Data store is the disk. And yes. So this is all done. And since while you're here, go back to the edit and change, see that if it is BIOS or the
I
UEFI.
already did when I was
You
creating.
already did it. Okay, so cancel this.
Okay. And now I have to
Yes,
power
now
on.
power on and change to the console.
Open browser console.
Yes. Excellent. Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else is stuck anywhere in this? So
Yes, sir. I cannot upload Windows 10
okay,
or.
quickly share your screen, please. You can unshare your screen, Faz.
Okay, so let me check. So how it's not letting me do it, sir. Stop sharing.
Okay, good. And Alamgir, you can share. So Alamgir, you're saying that you're not able to upload.
Yes, sir. I was here. So.
So first of all, show me on the desktop. Is it there?
Oh yeah, it is there.
Okay, that's fine. If it is there, it's
Yep.
okay. It's right here.
Right.
Okay, so go back to the settings, IE, and everyone from the next lecture, please use Chrome or Firefox. So this is, I mean, IE is give you unnecessary issues. So now
Sir, how?
in order to go to upload, where do you need to upload? You need to upload it on the storage. Okay, so guys, it is, I mean, it's for everyone. It will be in the beginning, it will be a bit difficult to see all of the options and find the places, different places. Always start from navigator. So click on navigator. Click on navigator. It's right here on the side. On the side. Up, 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 up. This.
Oh, navigator. Okay.
That's the navigator. Always start from navigator whenever you're stuck. Okay, because there it will give you more options. Now here it shows you the storage. So storage is there, and under the storage you can see your second disk that you just added.
So what does it? This one shows that there are 2 disks.
There are 2 disks inside. Okay,
So
and if there would have been any VM, then on the VM it shows you 1 VM, and in the networking it is showing you there is only 1 network card here.
Oh, okay.
And the 2 disks that it shows inside the storage, one is the system disk and the other one is the disk that you just added. And if you move your mouse on this side, right side, it shows you the 2 storage. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, in order to upload in your disk ISO, click on disk ISO. And no, not right click, just simple click. Simple click. Yes. And here now go to data store browser. So data store browser is where you will upload the image, and here just click on upload and just select whatever you want to upload.
Okay. There you go.
So it's saying that exceed. Yes. For that reason, I said that you need to have Chrome or Firefox. Now on this server,
I have Chrome too.
So open Chrome and connect to the server and go to the same location and upload.
I don't think there is. Chrome is in my machine, not
here.
here.
Yeah. So not here on this machine.
I need to download here, sir?
Yes,
Chrome,
exactly. Exactly. On this server, you need Chrome. So in order to do that, you need to open bridge connection, then internet. So what about Zishan and Salim? How are you doing? Are you guys able to create the VM?
Sir, I have already sent the picture.
Excellent.
I have already,
excellent. Very good.
done.
Very good. And
sir, now we need 15 minutes of break.
Yes, 10 minutes of break. 10 minutes.
3 hours. Sir, 3 hours without break.
Man, 3 hours just gone?
Yes, sir. Now 9:30 it's.
Oh, wow. Okay, 10 minutes of break while Alamgir is setting that up, and then we will continue. Guys, 10 minutes break.
And sir, I need help like few minutes. Like
yes, I'm here, so I can help you out.
The problem, I cannot share my screen, so can you check my team viewers?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, please.
Team viewer.
Yeah.
So you are not able to share your screen because...
Yeah, I'm on a different computer.
Okay. So that's a different, even you can connect from, you can open 2 sessions in our, what is that, team viewer. The problem with team viewer is because I connect to so many students and sometimes it doesn't let me. Sorry?
It's okay.
Edge is fine, but better, download this as well, and also download Chrome. Oh, okay.
So my ID is 397.
Just a second, I'm opening TeamViewer on my machine. So guys, 10 minutes break, freshen up.
So while you are fixing, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
So we remember that we gave 4 GB of memory when we are creating ESXi server.
Mm-hmm.
So while ESXi server is running, on the run, can we add another 2 GB of RAM?
Yes, but you have to shut down the server and then add 2 more GB.
How is it like to be done, sir? Like,
so
if
just right. Yeah, so right click on the VM ESXi host and then go to the settings. It will take you automatically to the setting once it is shut down. You can just click on the memory and increase the memory. Try it, Faz. And if you're stuck, let me know. What is your password, Salim?
Sir, number 1, B for Bob, S for Sam, 28.
1 Bob Sam 28.
Yeah. 1 double B.
1 double B.
Yeah.
Okay. Double B.
As for Sam Salim, 28.
28. Okay, so I'm here. So what is your question?
Yeah, the problem is like, my.
So I can see your you have two ESXi host and one server.
Yeah,
And
number two, I made it.
okay. And number 2 is when you click inside, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, it was going, but I don't know, it's not going to connect. I think I put the DNS number.
Okay, but hold on, let me try to understand. So your number 1 is working fine.
Yeah.
Is it working fine, your number 1 server?
Yeah.
You're selecting 2012. Select Windows 7.
Okay. So your number 1 I can see is
Number
fine.
1 is okay. Number 1 is fine. Number 2 is not good.
Okay. So you also need here. Okay, I'm disconnected.
Can you check like IP address and?
Right.
So, sir, Chrome is downloaded. So now if I go to browse, same steps, right? So if I upload it, it will give me same option, right?
But hold on, Alamgir. You're still in Internet Explorer. You need to close this complete browser, open Chrome, and then log into the ESXi host from Chrome.
Oh, I see. Oh.
Right. Okay. And Salim, in your machine, we also need Chrome on this. Okay. But for your second server issue, what we can do is we can try. Did you try restarting this?
Yeah, I did like a couple
And
times.
it always comes back to that gray screen.
No, it's become yellow.
Okay. So here I can see
think I
that
put
your
DNS
IP address is fine on your server number 1, pass ESXi. And the IP address is fine. And let me go to the server here. So on your server, we do need Chrome and Firefox. And for that, we need to add a network card. Okay, so here we will just add a new network card with bridged connection so that we can get internet. Yes, yes, Alamgir, stay on the same screen. Stay on the same screen. So open that again, and you need to click on advanced.
It doesn't give me any advanced option.
Okay.
So
No, just click, it will.
So you change it to NAT2, sir, then.
So from here, we need to just. Alamgir.
Sorry, sir.
It's fine. It's fine.
Today I'm just little lost.
No, today you're tired. Where have you been all day? You're really tired. You're not tired normally.
That's true.
So hold on. In the Explorer bar, type HTTP.
Yeah, I did it. Okay.
No. So try again. HTTP.
Yeah, then IP address, right?
HTTP colon.
Yeah.
You're not putting colon inside.
Oh, I see. There you go.
So colon, and there is no space after colon. Okay, and now the complete IP address.
There's no colon yet. Okay.
And there is space. Remove space, please, after colon. Okay, so on your screen, we are good with Chrome is installed, and all I need to do is
Go to advanced, sir.
yes, click advance.
My server is okay, sir. Like
Your server looks okay. Yes.
Okay. Proceed to this, right? Unshare.
Yes, proceed. Yes, proceed.
Okay. Got it, sir. The same
So
thing.
Salim, as you're looking, so I'm using this IP address and
Okay.
just connect. So
No,
here,
IP address was 70.
no, this is the first one. I'm connecting
Okay,
just to the first one first.
Okay.
Okay. So the first one, once it connects, then we will try the other one.
Yeah. Okay.
What is the password? Can you enter the password?
Yeah, sure.
Alamgir, just make sure that the address is and the colon and everything is fine. So Salim, yes, your second server, let's see your second server. So second server seems to be okay. Your IP address is fine. Your IP address is 192.168.10.70, which looks fine.
Okay.
I don't see the name here because you haven't set up the DNS name. And for the DNS name, we can quickly, can you enter the password?
Yeah, sure. I changed the name, sir, but I know.
It's okay, no problem. Okay, so, and we'll go down to first of all, configure network management. In here, we can go to DNS, and in DNS, we can go to here. So this one is as 6i202.
Yeah, 02. Yeah.
Right, and your DNS is DNS. We will make it the
Was
first
like
server.
1010.
So later we will have to install Active Directory. So we'll just have a write DNS, and here we'll just click escape and yes. So
When I try to restart this machine, I don't know, like I press escape, but sometimes it doesn't.
it's okay. You know, sometimes what happens is this mouse comes out. If the mouse is out and you will keep on pressing escape, it won't work.
Oh, I see.
So you need to always make sure that the mouse is inside. Let's say
In the
this
yellow
is
side
out
or
now.
like in the black?
No, anywhere on the screen. Anywhere
Oh.
on the screen. Okay. So now that we have server one, we have server two. Server one is this, server two is this, and now let's connect to server number 2 here, and
192.
168.10.10.70.
10.70.
So, and we'll go to advanced and go here.
So from here, sir, I uploaded it
Enter password. Yes.
Yeah.
So you uploaded it, but we
from here, I just went to upload and then I selected the ISO from here, like 12. That's it, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Loaded?
So it's now uploading. You're uploading 2 files.
I think I did it 2 times maybe.
It's okay. It's okay. Let it finish and then you can delete one of them. So
Okay,
once it is all uploaded, then you can create a new VM.
Where it's been uploaded, sir. Where it's being uploaded.
Yes. So click on the disk ISO.
Okay, disk.
No, here. Yes.
Same, right? Here,
Where your mouse is. Click on the disk ISO.
Okay.
Name, on the name, yes. And now go to browser.
To data browser, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's done, right?
It's done now. Yes, this is done now. Create a VM. So Salim, have you copied the ISO on your desktop?
Oh yeah.
It's here. Yeah, it's here. No, it's not here.
So, sir, for VM, I have to go like create directory or from here.
So no, just for the VM, close this.
Okay.
So now storage work is finished. and
Yeah.
go to the virtual machine. Go to virtual machine and create a new virtual machine. Go up. Yeah, right here,
Okay.
right here.
Got it.
And now create a virtual machine. Salim, can you can you go to the ISO and drag the ISO on this? No, no, not from here, from your host machine, from your host machine.
Oh, yeah.
So you can,
I think in desktop. Or...
no, no, not here. This is your browser on the, this is your browser here.
Yeah.
This is your browser
Oh, so you
in
just.
the VM. We
Oh,
need
so
the
yeah.
host. Yes.
So, sir, just name it and go next, right?
Yes. Name it and also provide what is your guest operating system. So this is fine. Leave it compatibility 6.7. Here select Windows. It's a Windows server. And under this select what type of server is this. So it's server 2012. So Salim, on your side, what operating system do you need? Let's say we will copy server 2012. This one. Okay, all
Yeah.
we need to do, drag it right here on this server. So now it is copying on this machine. Once it is copied here, then we can
How you drag it?
upload it.
Or you just drag it to.
Sir, R2, right? Or
Yes, yes. There is only server 2012. There is no R2. So just say server
sure.
2012.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, Salim, as you can see, we copied it on your
Yeah.
machine, right?
Okay.
Okay, so all we need to do is we need to upload this in this data store. But before uploading, have you added a disk to this?
No.
You haven't added the disk. So we need to add a disk here. Say 100 GB, finish. So this is added. Now that requires a restart. So we will
So,
just
should I reduce the memory, sir? 2048?
reduce, yes, just say 2048. So Salim, do you understand what I'm doing on your machine?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I just added a disk, and then in order to make it work, we just restarted your ESXi host. Once this
Yeah.
is restarted, then we will log into the server again, and then upload the disk and create the image.
Okay.
So, disk, right?
Alamgir, yes, yes, click on the CD,
Yeah.
click on the CD, and click on the host device, and select data store ISO from data store. Yes, from here. And then go to your disk ISO. So Salim, in your case, this is back, and but what we need to do is I need to maybe
Right.
rescan it. So select
So,
the ISO. Yes, Alamgir, select the ISO.
so, okay, so selected. So after that, like after we select, we can change the, sir, like to the operating system, I mean,
We can change the
BIOS to UEFIR.
oh, that thing. So that you need to select. I think once this is all made, then you can change it. So next, no, next. Yeah, go to next and next, finish. And now once the VM is selected, you can change it. So we'll have to re-log in. Salim, can you log in,
Yeah, sure.
please? Okay, go to right click on this Alamgir, right click on this VM and go to edit settings.
Oh, edit nodes.
Edit settings.
So,
No, oh,
so
Go to VM options. Salim, you can log in. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, VM option.
And go to boot options.
Oh, what happened to my password?
Okay, just a second. Let me see if it is back. This one is started.
It's already.
Let's refresh this one time. And
You
now,
need to use BIOS, right, sir?
yes, BIOS, and then start.
Yeah.
And now you can click on test machine. Yeah, sorry. You can click on the console up there, console. And click open console. So that's it. Okay. So now it should start. The installation. Okay. So okay. Salim, in order to first of all format the storage, we need to go into the storage. Then we
Okay.
need to go to the data store, and we need to add a new storage. This will be new VMFS.
Okay.
And next here we will name it disk ISO, and nothing special on this. And next, done. So the disk is created, and within the disk, now we need to upload. So go into the data store. We need to upload.
Sir, I think I took the wrong ISO maybe because it was.
Yeah, it might be. It might be wrong ISO. So you can copy the ISO again.
R2, right?
No. There might be a problem with your ISO. There might be
No,
a problem.
ISO is good, sir. It's working fine because
ISO is fine. Maybe
yeah.
it is not copied properly.
So again, same steps.
No. I think it is ISO is copied. ISO is copied, but it's not working in this VM. So just go back. Close this console. Oh, Salim, in your case, it is being uploaded. Once it is uploaded, it will show here.
Okay. So, sir, my computer is like 500 GB is okay? Is enough?
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yes. It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
You know, when we give out 100 GB, it doesn't take 100 GB. It just takes what it needs. So if it is using 2 GB, it will just take out 2 GB.
Oh, okay.
Alamgir.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing, Alamgir? You're not searching for this. You don't need to search for this. Just copy this and yeah, in the address bar. Excellent. Very good. So you're now going to server number 3. Oh no, this is IP address 3 for server number 1.
Are you talking to me, sir?
Yes, Alamgir, I'm talking to you. So this is the
I'm
server
running
that
on
you
both, right?
Okay. So we'll let this upload, Salim, and in the meantime, we'll prepare the VM. So I'm going to the VM, and I'll just say new VM, and we'll name it test VM. Here we can select, oh, you installed ESXi 7, not 6, but that's fine. So the ISO is 2012.
Yeah, but my server is 2016, so it's okay.
Your server is 2016 is fine.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So here we need to select one vCPU and 2048 memory. And we'll leave the CD as is because it's not uploaded yet.
Yeah.
So we'll finish this, and we will also right click on this, go to edit settings. And what we need to do is VM options. Okay, guys, I think everyone is back from the break. Guys, add 2 more disks to your ESXi one, one 20 GB and one 10 GB. So add 2 more disks in your ESXi and let me know in the chat window if you've added 2 disks to your ESXi one. So in here, Salim, I'm just adding, okay, the BIOS is already there. And you can see that the file is being uploaded here.
Yeah,
See
yeah.
in this. So once this is uploaded, then all you need to do is to go to edit settings and then provide this ISO. So go to edit settings and in here you need to go down to CD and in
Yeah.
here you need to change it to data store and here then you can select this. But it is not it's not updated yet. So we'll have to wait. So let this, so this file upload is done. Once it is complete, then you need to go there. Okay.
Okay.
Can you
Thank
do
you,
it
sir.
from here?
Yeah.
Okay. So let
Right
me know if it
further.
is not, if
Yeah.
it is not.
Okay.
So your machine is all set. You have Chrome, you are connected to both of the servers. And so what are we doing, Alamgir, on your machine?
Just I was adding 2 disks.
Okay. You're adding a 2 disk. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen now.
Sure, sir.
Okay, everyone. So let's see what have we done so far. So first of all, type yes in the chat window if you're present after the break, everyone. So, okay, excellent. What is the time now? 9:57.
Sir, 1 more hour.
Yes, excellent. So first of all, guys, I know that today is a bit slow because I wanted all of you to start walking inside this console because this console is new and sometime people are overwhelmed when logging into the console and then there are so many options in here. But the key to this is that once you log in, always make sure that wherever you're lost, go back to the navigator. And in the navigator screen, you can see everything but where you're going to. So let me see if I can log in to my ESXi host. Okay, so by navigator, I mean everyone is this screen. So whenever you are lost in here in within configuration, so let's say you're in the storage, you're in the disk, and then you are here and you don't know where to go, just go back to navigator and start from the host. So host is your main server. This is your main server where you have everything. Within this server, you have your CPU, your memory, your storage, and within the host, you can see that under the host, these are the virtual machines. So here you will find all the virtual machines that you have within this, and this is the storage where you have your disks available. So just like a few minutes back, I requested everyone to basically add 2 more disks, one 20 GB disk, one 10 GB disk. So I'm gonna do that real quick to this server. So in order to do that, I will go to settings.
So where you sign out from here, sir?
From where?
From this navigator page.
Okay, sign out right at the top where you see the root. So there is something written root, login. If you click on the root name, you will find a sign out right under that.
Oh, okay, log out. Thank you.
Okay, so I am adding 2 disks here. So one disk will be 10 GB, the other one is 20 GB. So quickly adding 10 GB and second one. Second one is 20 GB. So both disks are added and Unfortunately, I have to restart this ESXi host right after this. So I'm resetting this. Good way of doing it is by pressing F12, and you can do it. In the meantime, I'll connect to my other ESXi host. So I am connected to this one ESXi host. I can connect to my other ESXi host. So here, 192.70. So this is going onto that server, going to advance and accept the risk. So here I'm logging into my second server. So first server and second server, in the meantime, I'll see my first server is still starting up and my second server. So second server doesn't have anything on that. It doesn't have any other disk. It's just a normal server. So here I need to do log into the second server. On the first server, since it is still starting up, it might not function properly. So I'll just log out for now.
So, sir, two questions.
Yes, please go ahead.
So, like if you add a disk or if you increase the memory or if you do anything, so that means until you restart the machine, it won't work, right?
Yes, you do need a restart. Yes. And remember that when you add a hardware on a physical server, it's not a small thing. So it is something new on the server and you will need to restart. And plus, second thing is that we don't add stuff to the server every day. So it might be maybe once a year, twice a year, but it doesn't. I mean, most of the time we don't touch the server. Servers are still staying there. Okay, so everyone at this point, we all should have two ESXi host and one Windows server, guys. So two ESXi host and one Windows server. So one ESXi. So my both ESXi. So second one ESXi host is starting up. Second one is logged in, and I'm logged into the second server. Now let's see the console here. So from the console, I can create a new VM. I can shut down the VM. I can reboot a VM. I can refresh this screen. If there is any new changes on the server, I can refresh this, or I can go to actions here. And within actions, I can see that I can do almost the same thing. Later on, we will find out what is enter maintenance mode and what is lockdown mode and permissions here on the server. So for now, we can see that I have CPU of this 4.4 gigahertz, and memory is 4 GB, storage is 32 GB. On this server, in the VM, I don't have any VM on this ESXi host, but I have one disk in this ESXi host and one networking, and there is one network card on this ESXi host. Guys, the way I am showing you this ESXi host, I want you to show me show me your ESXi host as well. So please stay attentive. If you have any questions, let me know. So the way I'm explaining that to you, you need to explain that to me. I will ask one of you to explain exactly how I am explaining the ESXi host interface. So one more time. So for that reason, please stay attentive. I know this is the last hour, but please stay attentive. I want you to be an expert of this console. So Starting with navigator. In the navigator, we have host, and in the host, we have all the host configuration. If I go down here, this is the hardware of the host. This is the hardware. It shows that this VMware, because since this is not a physical server, if this would have been a physical server, then here it should be written Dell or maybe HP or maybe IBM server, and here the model of VMware, because this is the hardware, this is the VM setting. So there is 4 GB in RAM, there is persistent memory 0 bytes, and then there is flash memory. We will go through that in later on, but for now we need to understand that this is all the hardware that is connected to this VM. Secondly, on this side, you have configuration, which is the image profile. Your ESXi host is 6.7. Salim has installed 7 because you downloaded both of the ISOs, so you installed 7. It's fine. There is not much difference between 6.7 and 7. vSphere HA is not enabled, is not configured. There is a full chapter on what is HA. HA stands for high availability. Later on, we will learn what is vSphere high availability. There is vMotion. vMotion we will learn later on as well. It is a technology in which you can move a live VM from one ESXi host to another. So vMotion is a technology in which we move a VM from a live running VM from one ESXi host to another ESXi host. And we need to configure that. There is a full chapter on this. Later on, we will go into this more detail. System information is when the system was created, and the install date is right here. You can have an asset tag like if this host is for finance
Sorry,
department.
sir, mine is like different one is I cannot see the same page.
Yes, Salim, because you installed 7.
The 7,
You
yeah.
installed 7. I would say while I'm going through this, in the
Yeah,
meantime,
no problem.
install
Yeah,
another ESXi host. Install.
yeah, no
Did you
problem.
downloaded both of the ISOs?
No, I think 7 only this.
Okay, so go.
No.
Yeah, you can go to the disk, you can go to
Okay.
the drive, and you can download and then install. Otherwise, you can keep looking at the screen.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, no
almost the
problem.
same things. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So
Thank you.
here we have a serial number, we have a BIOS number, and here few other things here. But this main screen is for the host. So in the host screen, you can see that if I click on manage, I can see some more settings for the same. Still, I'm on the host, and these are all the things that are for the host. And in the host, it shows me hardware. It shows me licenses. So at the moment, the copy that we are using for ESXi 6.7 is evaluation copy. Remember that Windows Server is also an evaluation copy, but when you buy a license, so this will expire in 30 days. So right on the host, on the main screen, here it gives us a message that this ESXi host, you are currently using ESXi host evaluation version, the license expires in 60 days. So in 60 days, you need to buy a new license. Now, if we look at the license here, if we look at the license, so we can say ESXi licensing. So ESXi comes in all these different licensing. So this is where we are. And if I go here, so this is vSphere standard. This is advanced. It's a bit blurred screen, but this is standard. It's written vSphere standard. This is advanced. This is enterprise. This is enterprise plus. And you can see the price difference here. So the price is for vSphere standard is anywhere between hypervisor management server license. It's anywhere between $8,000. So for a vSphere standard. $8,000 for this server. For vSphere's advanced version is 27. It's
So what's the
8,000.
point of installing ESXi and this amount of money we can have actual service? It's such a
Faz, your voice is missing. Faz, why don't you use your phone? I mean, is there any problem when you use your phone? Because you have some interesting questions that everyone can benefit from, but whenever you talk, your voice goes up and down, and we're not able to hear you properly.
I will buy the microphone, sir.
Microphone on the computer. Are you using mic on the computer, right?
No, sir. I will.
So what? Which
Can you hear
mic?
me, sir?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Which mic are you using? Computer or
Uh,
phone?
no, I'm using a microphone inserted into the mic jack, into the jack of the mic. Jack.
In the mic on the computer.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm just using it now because you were unable to hear me.
Okay. Okay. Yes. So now I can hear you properly, but the problem sometimes with computer is because due to internet up and down, the voice doesn't come out. A normal voice. So, but now I can hear you. What is your question?
My question is so expensive. Only the BS standard is starting from 8,000 onwards. So what's the point having VSP Enterprise Plus costing more than 35,000 or 40,000? People can have actual servers, because
Exactly.
the benefit
Exactly.
of cost benefit analysis you told us in the first class that having a hypervisor we can have multiple
Right.
servers.
So that's a good comment, everyone. What is the point of spending this much of? So I'm going to copy this. This much of licensing cost. So here you can see the licensing cost here for the standard is around 9,000, 8,900. For the advanced is 27,000. It is, I think this is 27,000. Enterprise is 33,000, which is Enterprise Plus is 39,000, and vCenter and the System Center switch. So this is different. There is no vCenter here at the moment. Okay, so guys, the reason why this is expensive and why this is this price, because there is a value behind this. So all of these companies, they are hosting their millions and millions of dollar of applications within this infrastructure. I mean, this is still cheaper for those companies that are earning like millions and billions in their business. For them, this is just a fraction of what they are making. But this environment is giving them a very very stable IT infrastructure environment. So let's look at this. So the license of a server, one server. So let's look at this, guys, for understanding purposes. Let's see, I need to install one ESXi host. And in order to have one ESXi host, I need to have a one physical host, first of all. So first of all, I need to have a physical host. That physical host will be anywhere between. So, I mean, I'm talking about a really base model. It starts from anywhere between 5K to 20K. It goes up to 20K. 20K meaning that it will have all the bells and whistles of the latest server model. Plus, it will be having multiple CPUs and lot of memory. So this is, I mean, 20K server is a huge big server. Plus, so first of all, you need a physical server. Secondly, you do need an ESXi host license. ESXi host license, and that comes in different versions, which is comes in standard version, it comes in advanced version, it comes in enterprise version, and it also comes in enterprise plus version. So these are all different versions where you need to buy. So standard version, as we can see, it is around 9,000. 9K. Advanced version is, I think it was 30K something, and the price goes on and on. So you do need for set up an ESXi host, you are looking for anywhere between let's say 20,000 to 50,000. $50,000 for ESXi. Now, what can you do in this ESXi? You can install, so once you have set up this server, you can install based on the server requirement. I mean, I'm going for the latest server with, let's say, 20 CPUs inside, or maybe 30 or 6 or 40 CPUs on this server with, let's say, 2 terabytes of memory. 2 terabytes of RAM. On this server, you can easily run with let's say, so let me make it a very high-end CPU, high-end server with 40 CPUs, 2 terabytes of memory. You can host easily anywhere from 500 servers to 1,000 servers, thousand. Can we have 1,000 servers on this? Actually, having too many servers on an ESXi host is also not a good idea. So for that reason, and I'm giving you the highest price it can go for. It can be anywhere between maybe 15,000. A normal ESXi server can be from 25,000, and this server can host anywhere from 20 VMs to 40 VMs. And 20 VMs to 40 VMs means that your company's 40 servers are installed inside this server. Now that company that can afford to have this server with 25K with 40 VMs inside, imagine that they're how much they might be making in the real environment, and I mean on the business side. So these companies like, and let me give you another example, and I'll take your question in a moment. Just give me 2 minutes, Ashish. And so guys, this company, and I'll give you an example of a large company like eBay, like Amazon, like Microsoft, like also Bell. I mean, these are large, very large companies, but Bell is also a huge, big company. These telecom companies and hospital environments. So they all have servers anywhere between 10,000 or more. So these all companies have servers anywhere between minimum 10,000, and they have more servers than 10,000. And these 10,000 servers are servicing 80,000 clients, 80,000 computers. So normal Windows 10 computers, printers, and everything, and 80,000 clients, and with 100,000 employees. 100,000 employees. So guys, the idea that I wanted to give you, that this price is not big for a company that is having a huge big infrastructure, and that infrastructure is properly maintained within these servers. So for those companies, it's not a huge big cost. For a small company, that is why smaller companies cannot even afford to go for ESXi. Smaller companies mostly go for, if they ever have to go for virtualization, they will go for Hyper-V. For Microsoft Hyper-V, that is a cheaper solution where they can have 10, 15 VMs inside, but it won't be VMware. Ashish, what's your question?
So, as you said, with they have tiers. Do they also provide like a specific amount of RAM with each computer, like or CPU? I guess.
Yes, so
Okay.
yeah, these are special CPUs, and these are, and the RAM is of many different brands, but most of the time when we shop around for these servers, we don't look at what is the brand of CPU, what is the brand of RAM. We go with the brand of IBM, or maybe HP, or maybe Dell brand, and it is their responsibility to provide, I mean, there is
So it's
not
basically
many.
like a package, right? That they give us.
Exactly. It's a huge,
Okay,
it's a
okay,
one big
okay. Makes
package.
sense.
It's a one
Okay,
big
right.
package.
Makes sense. That's what I was wondering. Thank you.
So guys, here, so the copy of VMware at the moment, what we are using is 6.7. So this is 6.7 we are using today, and the latest version is 7. And this is evaluation version. Evaluation version means that it has all the features of all of the versions. So evaluation version has features of standard, advanced, enterprise, and it has all the versions, so we can test everything. But in 60 days it will expire, and once it expires, then nothing will work on this server. On Windows Server, it doesn't matter. On Windows Server, even if it is expired, it keeps on working. But ESXi host will completely stop. So once it stops, you need to provide a license. And where do you provide a license? You provide a license right on this screen. So in the host, you need to go to manage, and within manage, once you're here, you can go to licensing, and when you buy a license, you can assign a license right here. So when you get a license from VMware, they will provide you this key. As soon as you provide this license, now here this will change from evaluation version to a license that you bought. It might be standard version license. It might be advanced version license. Okay. Now, based on license, guys, based on license, you will see all these different features. So for example, in standard version, there might be not everything is not present. So in standard version, DRS, which is this is not available. This might not be available. HA might not be available. So the main difference between these different standard and advanced and enterprise version is the number of features. The number of features. So this is why these all different versions are expensive based on the type of features that they are selling. Yes, Naveed, you may ask a question.
So the version which we are using, so this will going to expire in 60 days for sure or no?
100%, 100%, yes.
Okay. Then in that case, on the other hand, we have done our registration in Stanley University, and I hope that we are expecting a kind of reply from them in 2 to 3 months. So what would be the solution? Because like we are
To do the
submit.
labs, to do the labs.
Right, exactly, right.
Yes. So the solution is very simple. Once the version is expired, all you need to do is to just set up a new ESXi host. That's it.
Oh, I see. So on the VM itself.
On the VM itself, and plus that's
Oh,
Stanley College, they give their own lab. So they will give you a login, online login, where you need to do the labs. You won't be doing that in VMware Workstation.
I see. Okay, okay, that is
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
But
Got it.
your question is important. Your question is important.
Yeah.
What happens after expiration? Guys, the what happens is that this ESXi host won't work, but you can always create a new ESXi host. You can create a new ESXi host and create a new environment that will again give you another 60 days. So for the lab environment, it doesn't matter. But guys, in the real environment, it does matter. Why? Because in the real environment, let's say you have 20 VMs inside, and now the license is expired. So there are only two ways to go through this. If the license is expired, either you buy a new license and then you can continue working with 20 VMs and everything what is in this ESXi host, or the other way around is that create a new ESXi host and move all these VMs to the new host, then again it will be good for 60 days. But this is not easy because you're not only moving VMs, you have to move the storage, you will have to move all the configuration and everything that you have in this ESXi host to another ESXi host. So for the testing and training purposes, yes, if this is license is expired, it doesn't matter. You can create a new ESXi host and make a new environment, because anyways we'll be rebuilding this environment again and again in this training just for practice purposes. Okay. So in the host, when you go to manage, the first screen is system. Here you have advanced settings. In advanced settings, it would show you some advanced settings right here, which is basically showing you some buffer setting and some system settings. We don't need to remember all this, but these are some advanced settings. These might need to be changed sometimes when you have some specific situation. If you ask me, I've worked in VMware environment for a long time. I've been working in cloud environment for the last 5 years, and haven't worked on VMware. But before that, I worked for 10 years in VMware. So these things we don't touch. We don't change anything, and honestly, I don't know many of the things right here. What is these options for? And we don't need to know about this. But this is in advanced settings. Now, my question might be, if we don't need to know about this, then why are these settings here? Guys, these settings are here sometimes in order to extend features. Sometimes you will have to follow articles. So in that article, it would say that, in order to enable that feature, you need to go to advanced setting, go to config host agent, and change it to true. So yes, these settings make up the ESXi host, but you don't need to know each and everything in this. And this is only required when you're doing some troubleshooting or when you're making some changes based on following step by step article. We don't do any changes on our own. We just do it when it is required. Second option is, guys, it is called auto start. Auto start is an option that is, as just like the word says, auto start. So let's say if I have a VM inside in this ESXi host. Actually, I'm going to log into my other ESXi host where I have one VM. So auto start, while this is logging in, guys, auto start is that option. Let's say if this ESXi host is restarting, guys, it says auto start. Auto start means that if this ESXi host, let's say if I go and reset this ESXi host, then what happens? What will happen if I reset this ESXi host? Human, what will happen if I reset this ESXi host?
Yes, start again.
It will start again. Excellent. It will start again. And what will happen to the VMs, Naveed? What will happen to the VMs if it starts again?
Well, the VMs will restart automatically.
Yes, VMs will restart automatically, and not in this case. Not in this case, VMs won't restart. VMs will stay shut down. VM will stay shut down. When you restart this ESXi host, what happens is, everyone, please remember, when you restart this ESXi host, what will happen? All the VMs inside, as soon as the ESXi comes back, all the VMs will be shut down. Someone has to go inside the VMs and restart the VM. So someone has to go manually and start the VMs again.
Okay, so in that case, they will remain shut down, and
Yeah,
they
if
will not
nobody,
restart.
exactly, if nobody goes there,
Hmm.
then the VMs will remain shut down. Okay.
Right. Okay.
So this was an issue
So, sir,
in
I
the
have a question.
I'll take your question just a moment. Just let me complete this. So this was an issue in previous version, but not in 6.7. In 6.7, they gave an option for auto start. In auto start, once we enable this setting, it says that as soon as ESXi host is back on, with a delay of 120 seconds, after that, all of the VMs should be automatically started. This is why they say this option is auto start. And the stop delay is 120 seconds. In 120 seconds, this delay is for let the ESXi completely start. Once it start, after that, all of the VMs, and here we can enable all the VMs that needs to be started. These VMs will be automatically started. This is why the option is auto start. Yes, Alamgir, you may ask a question.
Yes, sir. In Hyper-V, until you shut down the VM, it does not turn off even if you shut down the system. So, like in this one, if the like VMs are on, so if this option is used, like restart option, right? Auto start option. So then still like you need to turn on those machine, it will be automatically shut down.
It's yes. So those will be not automatically shut down. Basically, those are all crashed. Those are all crashed. Because why? So once the ESXi host is down, you can think of this as a ship. A ship is drowning. What happens to the passengers? Passengers, they cannot breathe. Definitely, they will crash too. So exactly in the same manner, once ESXi host is down, ESXi host is down, remember that the server is down, so there won't be any CPU, there won't be any memory for those VMs to properly shut down. So there won't be any CPU, there won't be any memory, there is nothing for these VMs to breathe on. So for that reason, all the VMs will crash. Crashing mean they will completely power off. And when you switch them on, then these VMs will still be powered off. So if I go to the VMs here, I will see that VMs are all powered off. You need to power them on.
No.
Okay. Okay, so but ESXi 6.7 provides that option, because I remember one time in a real environment where we had 4 ESXi hosts, everyone. So there were 4 ESXi hosts, and on each host there were 20 to 30 VMs. And on one day we got some ticket saying that few people are not able to log in, and the situation was this. So here there were, so I wanted to explain that situation to you so that you can understand what happens. So for ESXi host, and on all 4 ESXi hosts, there are each has around 20 to 30 VMs. So there are 20 to 30 VMs. There are 20 to 30 VMs. So altogether, let's say 100 or 200 VMs on all of them. So on one day, we got some tickets. So this is how we get tickets. So this environment is working. Being an VMware admin, your responsibility that the servers should be up. Your responsibility is host should be 24/7 up and the VMs should be up as well. So both are your responsibility. Now, and being a VMware admin, you're not only responsible for VMware, they will give you more responsibilities as well. At the same time, you're responsible for cloud, and at the same time, you're responsible for this environment as well. So you cannot keep an eye on 200 machines at the same time. So that morning, my responsibility was, being a VMware admin. So what happens, we started getting tickets that people are not able to log in. So first we got a ticket, user is not able to log in. So then we thought that this is just one user, and then another ticket came, application is not working, some application is shut down, and some website is not working as well. So there were random tickets coming on the same day between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. So many different things, and so we suspected. So we were a lot of admins there. Someone was working on user, someone was working with application, some is working with the web server. But then it was escalated to the third level support, which is third level support are the people who are specially who are certified with a certain technology. So it came back to us, and then when we went into our vCenter, because vCenter, we will learn that in the next lecture. What is vCenter? vCenter is that application that where you can manage all ESXi hosts in one screen. So vCenter was showing that one of the hosts was down. This was completely down, and all the other hosts were this was working, this was working, this was working, this was not working. So this is why, since this was down, all the VMs on this was down as well. So the host was down and the VM was down. And this is why the users who were connected to this host and these VMs were complaining, and the applications that were sitting on this host were not working, and the web server that was sitting on this host was not working. So what we did, we started this server again. So the very first thing, once something is down, you try to start, and it started. So it was down due to some reason, maybe power fluctuation or something. Normally this doesn't happen because your data center is equipped with redundant power, redundant network, everything was proper. Oh yeah, I remember. The problem was this server was that the disk was full. One of the disks where all of the VMs were sitting, this disk was completely full. And since the disk was full, this server was completely hung. So for that reason, we always make sure that that in VMware or any server, at least 40% of the disk is available. 40% of the data store is available. So since the disk was full on this server, the server was completely hung, and due to the server hung, everything was in the hung state. So VMs were not working, everything was not working. So in order to fix that, what we did, we went into the SAN storage, we added more disk, and as soon as we added more disk, then these servers start coming back. So this is one of the situations that there were. I will share with you more and more of this, but this shows that if the host is down, all the VMs will be down with that host. Okay. So
Okay.
yes.
So sorry to interrupt you, sir. Okay, you mentioned that the vConsole is the one where we can manage all the hosts and all the VMs in it. So that vConsole is basically what? Is that an application?
vCenter.
Yeah, vCenter is like
It's
what
a
is that?
full-fledged application. It's a full application,
Uh-huh.
and vCenter is basically, we will learn that in the next lecture. But vCenter, you can think of this in this manner. So at the moment, how many hosts do we have? 2 hosts, right? So we have 2
Right.
hosts. How am I managing them? I am connecting to both of them separately. In this browser,
Right.
I'm connecting to one. In this browser, I'm connecting to the other one. So there is no link basically between the two. In vCenter, we manage everything in one place. So that's that application.
Okay, so like 4 ESXi hosts, that makes sense, but 30 machines in one host. So is that too difficult or complicated to manage?
Not really. Once you learn this complete product, then you will see that it's not difficult to manage. So this is one host, and there will be 30 machines in that. Once you start, I mean, in VMware provides lots of features that can automatically, most of the things are automatically maintained. Their high availability is automatically maintained. And there are a lot of things, amazing things that you're going to learn. It is really easy to manage this environment, but you need to be an expert in this.
Right. And all the other labs which we did on Windows Server, so those labs are available here on this ESXi, or this is a totally different thing as compared to Windows Server?
This is a new technology. So everything that you have learned in Windows will remain with you as experience, and those that will be used when you're managing these VMs inside. But yes, we are learning a new technology, and it is totally different from the other one.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sorry, Adnan.
Sir, can I ask you questions?
Yes. So Human and Faz both have a question. Whoever wants to ask first.
Okay.
Adnan, my question related to the lab we had so far. I just wondering to know, could you please on the separate page just let me know what we did actually?
On the separate what?
Separate page, as you just.
Oh yes. Okay. Yes. I will show. Before ending this lecture, I will recap everything. Yes.
So my question is, what's the point of installing VMwares on the on ESXi server? We can't even log into the Windows machine or whatever we have installed because that's not virtualization. So maybe it's not allowing us to go into the machine. Do you understand what I'm trying to explain to you, sir?
Faz, your question is very important. It's a very good question, but again, we are. I mean, your mic, and there is some issue with the mic. I mean, maybe it's only me, or if everyone is not able to hear the sound properly.
For everyone, I guess.
Okay. Can you hear me now, sir?
Okay.
Is it?
Faz, it's not clear. I'm sorry. It's not clear. But I can.
Now is it clear, sir?
It is clear now. Yes.
Okay. My question is, what's the point of installing virtual machines in the ESXi server
when you're not able to log into the Windows machine?
Yeah.
Right.
So because do we need a vCenter to log in?
No. So if you're referring to the picture, the example that I showed you, the example.
The virtual machines which we just installed before you went.
No, we can. So just bear with me on this. VMware is a proven environment. VMware is a proven environment. I think 60 or 70% of the companies are using VMware. So there is a huge big point of having this environment, and you will be able to log into the Windows servers, just normal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just bear with me on this. So guys, here, so let me see where I am at the moment, and I know the time is finished. Everyone is tired. I'll recap, but let me just go back to my system here, and so here we have auto start. I'll in the next lecture, and in the next lecture we will be learning more things from here. There is a swap memory. There is time and date of this VM. So today, what we have covered, everyone. Today, we have covered some basics of ESXi host, plus we did a lab on creating a VM, and also we did a lab on creating, adding a disk to a VM. So my humble request to everyone is, guys, I know that you are all feeling a bit difficulty understanding this product, but remember, guys, difficult things are the ones that are highly paid. Okay, easier things are not the one that are highly paid, so you have to go through this, and this is not very difficult, step by step, just like you had that high spirit and strong spirit when you started this training, and you never thought of anything, you know, this is not difficult, you just you kept on going and going and going. I would say stay on that high spirit with with virtualization, with VMware, with Azure and AWS. We are very close to our destination, guys. I can feel it as a teacher, as a trainer. I can feel that you're all feeling a bit overwhelmed with this. That is very fast and very complex. So many things. Guys, don't worry about this. Just don't worry about this. This will be just in 2 weeks. You will, inshallah, in 2 weeks, you will see that this will be all on your, if not on fingertips, by the end of this training, it will be all on your fingertips, but it will be the weather will be much clearer. Okay. So what have we covered today? What have we covered today? We covered understanding ESXi host. We also covered adding a new disk, adding a new data store. And so within data store, what we did, we added a new disk. Restart the ESXi host. And then from the ESXi host, from console, we went into the storage and data store. We went into the storage and data store, and we added a new data store. So what is a data store? Data store is nothing but a disk. Data store is nothing but a disk. Other than that, so other than that, we added a new disk, and then we uploaded the ISO. So uploaded the ISO, and once that was done, so uploaded the ISO, and then we created a new VM. When creating a new VM, it was almost like VMware Workstation, but here some new things. So what was the new thing? There is nothing new. You just creating a new VM was almost, I mean, just for interface was different, but you named the VM properly. And then we had one CPU on this VM, CPU 1. RAM was 2048. And also we added the CD. It's 2012. So once the VM was created, we created to the VM using the console. Excuse me. So we okay. Other than that, so this is what we did in the lab today, and we also understood few things about our AutoStar and ESXi. Guys, the next lecture is very important, which is vCenter. Let me know what is your question.
Sir, please add boot sequence change.
Oh yes, boot sequence change goes right here.
And one more thing, Adnan bhai, if you can tell how to disable the sleep mode.
Okay.
In
boot
like
sequence.
sleeper from the console.
UEFI to boot. You know, your question, Naveed, you have a very innocent request. You know, I mean, let this guy sleep, man. Look how peaceful this looks like. How peaceful it looks like. And it's this innocent guy is not doing anything. He's not even, so everything that you're doing is from the back end. Everything you're doing from here. I mean, do you really want to make this person awake all the time?
Not really, but I don't want this console to sleep again.
Okay. So in order to change this, probably, and I'm not 100% sure, it is probably right from here somewhere in this. And most of the time, since, I mean, why we, I'm not, I don't know this, and why would no one would know this? Because guys, these ESXi hosts are sitting in the physical data center thousands of kilometers away from your office. It's thousands of kilometers away from your office. And most of the time you will not even see this screen and not even see this. So most of the time you're working with this console. So maybe I'll leave it to you guys to find out where to change this time, where to change this. Otherwise, I'll try to find that out. But it's, I mean, Naveed, come on, man, just let them sleep.
Yeah, that's fine. I will Google it.
Okay. And let us know as well. Let us know as well.
I will. For
Any
sure,
other questions, anyone?
No, sir, I'm good to go. Thank you very much.
Okay, excellent. And one more time, Wasim, congrats. It's a big
Thank you.
achievement having MCSA. It's a really big achievement, and it will definitely pay off. And for the people who have not even started, I really encourage you. There should be some now. I think, Wasim, what do you suggest for the people who have not started with certification? I mean, should be something. How can we
But
encourage them?
they should start. Without the certification, you are new in the market. You don't have any hands-on. It's hard to get the job, hard to get into the industry.
Right.
The certificate will help you to elevate your,
Exactly.
market.
Exactly. Okay, so everyone, so in the next lecture, we'll start with the status of your certification. So make sure you have a date for your next exam. Excellent. We are all done for this session. If no one has any question, then we'll meet in the next lecture. Otherwise, you may ask a question.
So my question still remains the same. How do we access this without vCenter?
How do you access this? What?
How do we access the virtual machine 2012 or 2016 which we have created? Like the Ssh was having a problem. I hope.
Come on, man. Come on. Faz, I mean, your voice is still in going into analog signals. I mean, really, you're giving me a very good understanding of what analog feel like as compared to digital signals.
Okay. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, for sure.
Okay. My question is still the same. That without the help of vCenter, how do we log into the machines which we have created? Like Ashish was saying before the break.
Yes. So yes, just before we go, and this is a very important question, and let me clear the confusion. Let's say I have this ESXi host, and this is my VM. Okay, this is my Windows VM, and Windows VM is working. All I need to do is go to any machine and open a remote desktop connection, and from here I would type the IP address of this VM and connect to it. So you don't even need ESXi host management, not even vCenter. You just directly connect to the VM. Okay, so it will be more clear once we go through this.
Literally that and the SSH, right? That's the only two ways to actually get to it, pretty much, right?
SSH, hold on. SSH is for the host, but for the VMs, you don't even need SSH. You would just log in using this
desktop?
and yeah, just remote desktop and log into the server.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay,
sorry, number.
Yes, please go ahead.
Just I have a quick question. We have class on Monday or Tuesday?
Monday, normal.
Okay, sure.
It's back to normal lecture routine. Okay. Excellent, guys. Thank you so much. And we will see you in the next lecture.
Inshallah. Thank you.
Allah Hafiz. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Allah Hafiz. Thank you.